Trustee Buelna,
Here.
Trustee Henderson,
Here.
Trustee Hernandez,
Here.
Trustee Hoffman. Here. Trustee Eno,
Present.
Trustee Vella,
Present.
Trustee Vettis, Student Trustee Callahan.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, who wants to do the flag salute? Let me see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's see, who's out there? Let's do Dr. Culpepper. You want to do it? Okay.
Let's stand. Pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Trustee Henderson, sorry. Vice President Henderson, would you like to read the dedication to our native land?
Thank you, President Vella. The Los Angeles Community College District recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Keys, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to alleviating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work and to teach and educate on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, and the San Fernando Band of Mission Indians.
Thank you so much, Vice President Henderson. Trustee Hoffman, can you please mention the adjournments tonight?
Yes, thank you, President Vella. Board colleagues, today we adjourn in loving memory of El Camino Community College District Board of Trustees President Kenneth A. Brown, who passed away unexpectedly on Thursday, March 23rd. He was 54 years old. The devastating loss of an esteemed, committed, tireless, and unapologetic advocate for student success has left a deep void at El Camino College and across the state. Ken was appointed president of the El Camino Community College Board of Trustees in December 2022. He was first appointed to the board in 2010 to fill the vacant Area 1 seat representing Ladera Heights and Inglewood communities of the college's district. During his decade-plus years of service to the district, Ken personally dedicated himself to work that supported student success, equity, and the expansion of educational opportunities for all students. Trustee Brown was also elected president of the California Community Colleges Trustee Board, the CCCT, representing 115 California community colleges and 2.4 million students. In this role, he had the ability to advocate on behalf of the needs of these students and serve side by side with student leadership. He often traveled to Washington, D.C. and Sacramento to speak personally with legislators about issues that would improve students' lives. Our deepest condolences go out to the Brown family, his wife, Carla, his sons, Kenneth II and Caleb, and to our colleagues at our sister college, El Camino College. And I also just want to thank everyone from LACCD who was at the funeral service yesterday morning. It was a huge church, and I think the church was packed. There was also a memorial service in the late afternoon where his son, Kenneth II, who is a musician, was playing, and it was a beautiful experience. I want to say that folks from like all over the nation, and Chancellor, you were there with me to witness this, as well as others in this room, flew from all over the country to come in to pay their respects and tell stories about Ken Brown, and he will be deeply missed. He's our immediate past president of the LACCD trustee board, and I am about to be incoming president. And I know I have, no pun intended, because it's true, he did have really big feet and he was really tall, but I'm going to have very big shoes to fill. So we adjourn in his memory today.
Thank you so much, Trustee Hoffman. Chancellor, before we take a motion to approve the order of business, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Board President Vela, members of the board, good afternoon. There's just one. We need to make a correction to business item U4. This relates to the student bus transportation agreement. Item U4 states the agreement is for West Los Angeles College, but it states East Los Angeles. So if you can make that note, business item U4, it should be for West Los Angeles College.
Thank you so much. May I have a motion to approve the agenda and order of business with requested amendment?
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Henderson,
Second.
seconded by Vice President Eno. Coco?
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Motion passes. May I have a motion and a second to approve the regular board meeting closed session minutes of March 1st, 2023, and the special meeting closed session minutes of March 15, 2023.
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Henderson,
Second.
seconded by Vice President Eno. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis. Thank you.
Next is reports from representatives of employee organizations. Do any of the members of the resource table wish to be recognized at this time or make comments? Please come up to the front if you can.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm happy to see the resolutions recognizing Earth Day, Armenian Genocide Day of Remembrance, Denon Day, Sexual Violence Prevention, Child Abuse Prevention, and National Administrative Professional Week recognizing our amazing staff. Today, for AFT 1521, this is a day of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for doing what is right by our employees by giving our adjuncts health care. Thank you for listening. Thank you for hearing our truths. Thank you, Chancellor, for not treating this as a negotiation, but as a work group to make this happen. Thank you, Board, for always supporting this. You have changed lives with this action. You have saved lives with this action. No longer will our adjuncts be forced to take additional work to pay for their health care. Our adjuncts will no longer be pushed further into debt by doctor and hospital bills. No longer will some of our members lose their lives because they couldn't afford early detection. No longer will our adjuncts have to take their children to an emergency room for basic medical needs because they are insured. Now our faculty can work less, get a checkup and screenings, care for their children's health, and not be driven into debt by higher insurance or medical care prices. Theirs are not the only lives changed. Faculty wellness equals student success. What you have done will rebound to our students. Our faculty will be able to spend more time with our students, focus on their lesson plans, and have greater attention, focus, and energy for the students we all serve. Thank you, CFT, for the legislation, for fighting for the legislation that made this possible, and Governor Newsom for signing it. Thank you. I just want to thank each and every single one of you and actually look you in the eye and really say thank you. this means so much to so many people. And I just want you to understand, this wasn't just adjuncts fighting for this who didn't have healthcare. This was adjuncts fighting for it who did have healthcare. This was full-timers fighting for this. And we're going to continue to fight for this until we see every adjunct in the state has healthcare, and until every one of our community members and students have healthcare as well. So please know that this is sincere gratitude coming from me. Most of all, I want to thank my fellow faculty who have fought for this so long and so hard. You never gave up, you never stopped believing, and you made this happen. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. McKeever, and I can speak for the rest of us. We appreciate you coordinating, working with our staff, and really, really, this is monumental, and it'll go down in the history books. Thank you. Next, anyone else? Oh, okay. Ms. Alonso yielded to Ms. Echeverry. Okay. By the way, very, very nice to see you in person.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. This is my first in-person board meeting. in about 3 years. So it's great to see everyone again. Although I've been seeing everyone on Zoom, but so good afternoon, Board President Vela and trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez, colleagues, presidents, and members of the public. First of all, I want to take a moment to congratulate my colleague and esteemed AFT president, James McKeever, for a momentous achievement. And I was an adjunct for 8 years before I became a full-time faculty member. So I really understand how important this is for our adjunct faculty. They provide high-quality education and services to our students, just like the full-time faculty, and they deserve the same healthcare that we have. So thank you, board. Thank you, James, and all the AFT leadership for fighting on behalf of our faculty and providing them with as much needed healthcare. I also want to give a shout out to LA Mission College and Valley College and West LA College for the approval of their bachelor's degrees programs, baccalaureate degree programs. So it's very exciting. I am from Mission, so I am very familiar with the faculty who worked hard on their biomedical engineering program. And so I know the same is true at Valley and West. So I'm very excited to see the innovation and great opportunities for our students. So that's really exciting news. On the legislative front, we are very concerned about a couple of things. Some of you may know, I have heard about the post-secondary education omnibus bill that was approved last year, AB 2973. And unfortunately, it was not on the radar for most faculty. But it turns out that this bill revised the mission of the community college system and removed remedial education from its language. And we're very concerned about this because we know that our students have experienced a lot of disruption, learning loss as a result of the pandemic. And now with AB 1705 implementation, we're very concerned about the loss of students. We are going to lose more students if we cannot address learning loss effectively. So we will continue to advocate for change in this area and also adequate support for our students. One other thing that I wanted to mention, our DAS is meeting at the end of the week, our exec, and one item that I want to put on everybody's radar is a discussion on artificial intelligence. And we really encourage the board to think about a policy on artificial intelligence because AI, as you know, has implications not only for academic integrity, but also pedagogy. We know that it's an issue with enrollment where you have, people or bots, I guess, enrolling in classes and even bots passing the bar exam and things like that. So this is something that I think we really need to be proactive about and start to talk about a policy. How do we educate faculty? How do we integrate this knowledge into the classroom as well as have a board position and policy on it. So again, it's great to be back in person to see everybody. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Echeverry. Anyone else? Ms. Alonso, come on.
Good afternoon, President Vella,
Good
VPs, good afternoon, VPs Henderson and Eno, Chancellor, Board of Trustees and guest, Hazel Alonso, President for AFT 1521A, classified staff. I stand before you in representation of AFT 1521A's support of the multiple resolutions in today's agenda. We will diligently strive to bring awareness to the Armenian genocide and how such an attempt to systematically destruct a culture should be denounced by all and at all times. Unit 1 members also stand in solidarity in bringing attention to sexual awareness and child abuse prevention during the month of April. Both continue to be serious offenses plaguing our society, and education and acknowledgement is our most powerful tool in the fight. Unit 1 members are in full support with the LACCD administration, and we thank you. And lastly, we appreciate this district's acknowledgement of National Administrative Professionals Week during the week of April 25th to the 29th. We do hope that this administration continues to do more than the resolution brought forth today. The administrative and clerical support of LACCD are dedicated, loyal, and strive every day to make this institution stronger and better. We are the nuts, bolts, and wheels that make this institution run, and we will continue to advocate for our importance. And with that, I did want to switch gears on how this administration can continue to show its support and to support and value the work that we do and the dedication we have for our craft, and that is our safety. In the past couple of weeks, there have been multiple issues of safety on our campuses, and this is unacceptable. From a manic student who managed to corner and barricade a Unit 1 employee in her office and threatening bodily harm upon her, to a potential firearm on campus and a vague announcement to be on the lookout, or visitors attempting to bypass elevator protocol to get to closed sections of a building. I am here to tell this board and the chancellor that this is not enough. You owe it to employees to provide a safe environment in which they can carry out their work. They deserve to feel safe, to not fear being attacked in their offices or in the parking lots as they walk to their cars. I'm strongly urging this administration to do better. AFT 1521A advocate for continued training in safety and emergency responses, active shooter drills, evacuation plans for the campuses. To simply leave your employees to fend for themselves without the tools to protect their well-being is an oversight and a failure of this administration. We are asking for more advocacy and more attention to our plight. Once again, we demand better and we deserve more. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Alonso. Anyone else? Hey, Chris.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Chancellor. My name is Chris Ozan, representing Local 99. I would first like to express my deepest sympathy to the people impacted by the shootings in Louisville, Kentucky. And I also want to thank the board for the resolution recognitions on today's agenda. I just want to bring up a quick concern that I have. One thing I would like to see change in the HR guidelines and policies when it comes to the screening and hiring committees. I would like to see that Local 99 have a seat on these committees. The way the policy is written up, it includes all the unions except for Local 99. And I would like to see that change where we have a seat on these committees all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ozon. Anyone else from the resource table? Okay. We've received the Chancellor's monthly report, which includes activities from our colleges. Do any of the presidents wish to further comment or highlight anything not included in your report? Dr. Dorado, come on up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be quick. Here to invite you to next week to our scholarship ceremony. This is our second one for the year. So we'll be awarding, last semester, we were awarded 75,000. We're hoping to be close to that as well next week. And then if you play golf and you're interested in raising some funds for our students, so we could continue to award twice a year, our scholarships event, our golf tournament is Friday, May 19th. And as you guys know, on Friday, May 12th, we'll be bringing back the Culinary Cup back to Harbor.
That's fantastic. Just really quick, and I wanted to just, I did let the chancellor know that, May 3rd, which is our next board meeting in the morning, I'm gonna be touring the Port of LA. So I was hoping maybe you would make room for that if you can. All right. And the chancellor will let you know more info. Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon, President Vela, Vice President Henderson, and Vice President Eno, Board of Trustees, and my colleagues. I bring greetings on behalf of President Roman Mercy Yanes, Interim Vice President of Instructional Services. Really good to see you today. Want to talk a little bit about some of the events that are coming up. So we have our welcome days starting very quickly as we begin to onboard our dual enrollment students this semester. And we've also programmed a year-long partnership with our dual enrollment partners, which are 54 K-12 high schools in our area. And we're excited about that because that means we are aligning our scheduling to the needs of our partners and also to meet the students where they're at. And I'll go really quickly on. We do have a town hall, a series of town halls that we host at the campus. And we are happy to share that in May, we're going to host Luis Valdez, a celebration of theater of the sphere and the vibrant being. And as you know, we host a number of events, so we're really proud of. VPAM is having exhibits, so please feel free to join us on the campus. And I will end. We're really proud. I happen to be the vice president over athletics of our basketball team that made it to the Final Four. I'm learning about sports. And then I wanted to kind of remind President Dorado that we had a little bit of a competition among the presidents, and I forgot his jersey. It is pink because President Roman said I could choose the color, and pink is my favorite color, but also the coaches had a competition early on in the spring against cancer awareness, and my mom was a cancer survivor, so that's really important to me. But I did want to say that that game with LA Harbor College, my former campus, and East Los Angeles College, the energy in that room was so vibrant. So we're very proud of both our teams and that collaboration, but you will have to wear the jersey. And I just, okay. And then one final note that to quote Last Chance Youth, our second series, and Coach John Mosley, that really is a mentor to these young men. And we're very proud of that. And he always tells them and has shared with us to live your gifts. So I will close with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Thank you. Dr. Gallagher.
Good afternoon, Board President Vela, board members, and Chancellor. A couple of things on recruitment that we're doing at City. 2 weeks ago, the week before spring break, we had a great City Seniors Day that over 3 days, we had 900 high school students on campus. Today, we had a great event with our financial aid department. They had a financial aid awareness event in front of the student union. There were hundreds of students lined up to get financial aid information today, so it was great. We are also offering some summer boot camps for high school students. We're going to have 4 different boot camps. We had our first boot camp last year, just as kind of a pilot in animation. We added 3 additional boot camps this year. We expect about 500 high school students this summer to engage with our boot camps. And then just some other great events that are happening. Yesterday, we had a top chef from Korea come and film a segment of a new series that they have in Korea, very popular series. The Korean chef fed 200 of our students an amazing meal. And they're going around the world to universities to do this, where they compare what students have to eat on campus with this chef's meals. And their first stop was Oxford, and their second stop was LACC. So we were really excited about that. And then two more great events that we have coming up: LACC World Music Festival, music from around the world, Tuesday, April 25th. And the really big event is Saturday, May 20th. So we will have instruments and music from around the world. And finally, we're really excited that after about 10 years, it's been about 10 years since we've had a musical on campus, we are going to do Kinky Boots in May.
Oh, wow.
Good.
I love that musical. It's really good. It originated in London, and it's fantastic. You guys should definitely are very lucky to have that. Ms. Burke.
Good afternoon, trustees and chancellor. I have 4 quick updates for you. We had our roll in to enroll event the last 2 days for the second 8 weeks enrollment and served 190 students. This Saturday, we will have our Super Saturday event that's geared toward our College Promise students, and we have 300 confirmed to attend. Our CCAP enrollment for fall 22 compared to fall 21 grew by 18%. And finally, on Thursday, April 27th, we'll be hosting the 35th Annual Job, Career, and Resource Expo so that students, community members, and our graduates can come to meet with employers such as Disneyland Parks and Resorts, LADWP, Rusnak Auto Group, CalFresh, the LA County Public Defender's Office, and others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Burke. Dr. Culpepper.
President Vela, First Vice President, President Henderson, and also Second Vice President Eno, as well as the Board of Trustees and Chancellor. I have 4 items I wish to speak to you about. First, I wish to appreciate First Vice President Henderson for being a keynote speaker at the Higher LAX graduation. We acknowledged a great milestone where $13 million in salaries have been earned by over 300 graduates. We certainly want to appreciate President Vela for your willingness to attend, but I want you to know that you were well represented, you and the board.
I was well represented.
Also, we want to, on behalf of the Cougar family, we appreciate Trustee Hernandez for participating and being a part of our first annual Women's History Month I See You Luncheon, where the men stood and honored the women of Los Angeles Southwest College, as well as various historical women. Thirdly, in addition to the consecutive academic session of double-digit percentage recovery, Southwest continues to engage and support the needs of the community. We have had our certificate for family care approved. This entrepreneurial certificate will allow the community, especially those who are single-family households, other opportunities for great childcare that is well-developed and well-prepared to serve our community. Lastly, which I think is one of the greatest announcements, after several years of neglect, the Dennis Gilbert Field, the baseball field and the softball field, will now be refurbished by the philanthropist, Dennis Gilbert. After much conversation, he has not only verbally, but in writing, recommitted himself to bringing the fields back up to competition standard.
Thank you, Dr. Culpepper. Ms. Aguiar. Hi.
Good afternoon, trustees, chancellor, and colleagues. Pierce has submitted for another congressional directed community project, previously known as earmarks, for $2 million, and it's called Aligning Military and College Education for Effective Transition. And it has been submitted to Senator Padilla and Senator Feinstein. So keep our fingers crossed for acceptance. We also have several events. We have a Umoja event coming up on the 26th of this month, a day of service with Assemblymember Gabriel on the 30th. We had Brahma Day, and we had over 500 high school students on our campus. It was a a great festivities and activities going on everywhere on the campus, tours everywhere. Our enrollment, we are up by 1,600 unduplicated headcount students, and our enrollment is up by 5,500, over 5,500 enrollments. So we're very excited. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ABC, KTLA, Univision will be at Pierce for the presser with Brad Sherman's office and regards to the earmark that we just received for 2 million. So hope you can make it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Dr. Ornelas?
Hi, good afternoon, President Vela, members of the board, Chancellor Rodriguez. A few updates from Mission College. As you heard earlier from President Echeverri, we're really excited that we've been given provisional approval for a baccalaureate in biomanufacturing biotechnology. So really excited about that. Yes. We're really excited to host the first Dream Resource Center Summit at Mission College. It is a district-wide event where all of our center coordinators have come together to identify excellent resources to share for our students. So that event is scheduled for April 21st, 9 to 2 at Mission College. So hopefully you all can join us there. And finally, I'm looking forward to seeing you all at the Food and Wine Festival. We expect at this point, we've sold just over 400 tickets. So really excited. It'll be a great event where most of that revenue will go to scholarships for students in our culinary program and for many of our undocumented students. So look forward to having you at our Food and Wine on April 29th. Thank you.
Dr. Hernandez, can I got this enrollment report today and I saw that you are at 100% of your 2017 levels. And I just wanted to shout you out because that is so amazing. And I think we should all just give them a round of applause.
Yes, really pleased. Thank you so much, Trustee Hernandez. I appreciate it.
Honorable mention to, I think Harbor and Southwest too, I saw we're at 87%. So just, that is amazing and just like such great news that we're getting closer to 2025. So yes, great.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Great. That's really good. Dr. Limbaugh, last but not least.
Amazing.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, thank you, Trustee Hernandez, for spending some time with us a couple of weeks ago. We enjoyed showing you around. We're up 42% in our dual enrollment over this time last year. We have 40 students in the district's only in-language child development class, so we're very proud of that. So thank you all for coming. We're in our third round of meetings with the Los Angeles World Authority, the folks that run LAX, because now that Wes has its second bachelor's degree in avionics, that accelerates the partnership to build a pipeline for our aviation students into the industries at the airport. We're finishing up and are getting a proposal together with Sony. We're going to be offering a production accounting program to support them. We're going to be presenting an articulation agreement with you all with Arizona State because we figured out a way to take all of our film students embedded in an Arizona State bachelor's degree and do it all in California. So we're excited about that. Finally, the climate change opening is next week. You all got a shirt, so I hope you all come and support it. Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Dr. Limbaugh. I really appreciate it. Yes, Trustee Hoffman.
Dr. Limbaugh, can I just ask you a quick question? I think that the film program with ASU is one of their local programs here, correct?
Yeah, they're doing it all at the ASU Center downtown. And what I worked out with them is that I want them to take every course that they take in our film into the production craft program, roll it into their bachelor's degree. So even though our students leave and perhaps go into the union, because sometimes, you know, they'll go in and they'll change their mind, then they can come back, use those courses, take the courses downtowns, where we worked out a waiver of the acceptance fee. 150% of the, they'll pay 150% of the enrollment, but they put together a special scholarship program for us. And we may be able to teach some of the ASU's classes on our campus since our students already know the campus.
Thank you for doing that. That's fantastic.
You bet.
Great job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Dr. Limbaugh, just really quick, I just wanted to personally thank you for being, on behalf of the board, for being on top of the avionics program and putting your heart into it. I know that you probably get millions of programs that they want to implement, but you know, the fact that you really took the time to And thank you, Chancellor, too. It's a really big deal for our students to be able to have a future of that type of magnitude and career, especially at LAX. So thank you very much.
Oh, you bet. We've already got students that are lined up for it. And so, since it won't get officially approved until September, we'll be recruiting now for the first classes in fall of 24.
Yeah. And another success for Dr. Limbaugh, we have some graduates coming from the appraiser program. I did get notified from
Sure.
Assessor Prang, and that was another innovative thing. And I know, Steve, when you were president, you helped shepherd that. So I really appreciate that too.
Well, we try. So thank you, sir.
All right.
Hold on, President Vela.
Trustee Wellnut, yeah. Oh. Hey, man, it's your lucky day today.
My middle name is Yo-Yo.
I just want to thank President Limbaugh. He's been extremely heroic in what he's done with in language. He has the first, and I may be wrong, but I'm going to say probably credit class and in language. And when Chancellor Rodriguez and President Limbaugh and the vice presidents and I went to West LA a few Saturdays ago, President Limbaugh made a commitment to teach the series of classes in early child education in Spanish. And as some of you saw in the LA Times, they're being taught in Korean and other languages throughout the district. But we're moving into the credit component, which is also pushing the state chancellor's office to be very clear on what we're doing, and we have some upcoming meetings. But also, I have some clients on the separate side who, because of the BA program, dental hygiene, correct? Dental hygiene, their incomes have tripled, and have been able to get housing. And one client told me, I heard about this program at West LA College. Have you heard about it? And I just laughed, and I thought, what? I was very proud to be connected to West LA and all of our campuses. But what you guys are doing is work on different levels.
Well, I appreciate that. And please know how much the entire campus appreciates your support for what we're trying to do. The campus likes to take risks because in a post-pandemic environment, you really have to sort of figure out the direction their college is going to go. So thank you all so much for the support and encouragement you have given us.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Limbaugh.
Anything
Thank you.
else? We good?
Huh?
We good?
Are you done? Yeah,
All right.
yeah. You're done. And thank you, Trustee Wellnut, for in language and bringing that to us. It's been very successful, and I know it's really been a big passion for you. So congrats on that. It's doing really well. All right. So next, we're gonna have any people addressing today on the regular agenda items. We do have only about 7 folks, and I know some people are here in person and some are online. But let's go ahead and, oh, wait a minute, Lupe, we don't have any on the public, right? Oh, we can skip this.
That's at the end.
By the way, never heard of no public speakers, so this is kind of like our first time. So please bear with me on that. But we do have some speakers on matters not on the agenda, just FYI. Okay. Trustee Eno. Okay, so now we're going to do reports from the board. Trustee Eno, please summarize the proceedings of the Legislative and Public Affairs Committee that you chaired on March 15th.
Yes, so we met on March 15th, and it was the first one in person. So that was really great because we got to see both all our federal, state, and local lobbyists and people that have been helping us move all these things forward. We got some really great updates, but I guess things are still in motion. So we're trying to get letters of support for a lot of the bills that we're trying to pass. So I don't think there's much to report out, right? It's just mainly we're doing the work, and we appreciate all of you and all of your support. And Maria and some folks are actually in Sacramento right now lobbying for us. So thank you, Maria. We hope to see you later today.
She did say she was going to join us later, right?
Oh, and Dr.
Okay.
Roman, yes.
Excellent. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Trustee.
Yeah, Trustee Eno, do you think that I could get a list of legislation that we're planning on sponsoring or supporting? I have a league meeting on Friday.
Yes.
And then I have consultation council, which is the meeting before the Board of Governors meeting the following week. So it would be really good if I knew where LACCD was with some of these bills.
Yeah,
So
we do have
can
a
I-
list. And then also too, I think there's ones where we're waiting on the second go through to identify whether or not what our position is going to be on it. But yes, I can
Right.
get you a list.
is there any particular piece of legislation that stands out to you right now that we need to be aware of?
I mean, the 90, AB 91, that one, right, where we've taken a strong position on. That's the one where students from right below the California border, we're gonna support to get tuition, in-state
Oh, with the
tuition.
local
Yeah.
community college down there. Okay.
I mean, there's a list, yeah.
Yeah, if I could get a
a
list, that'd be
Sure.
great. Thanks. Thank you, Chancellor.
Yeah, no, that's very important, with your position as Triple C, the board president. So yes, we need to definitely get those over to you right away. Okay, Vice President Henderson, please summarize the proceedings of the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Services Committee on March 15th.
Thank you, President Vella, and my report will be brief. We met on the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee met in person on March 15th. And we had no recommended items to vote on, but for information purposes, we received an implementation update on AB 1705, where Vice Chancellor Nicole Alba Lopez and was joined by Dr. Daniel Keller and Dr. Maury Pearl to provide some updates on our implementation in terms of comparing the differences for our ESL and math, post-implementation issues, funding available for tutoring and professional development for math and English, and student outcomes. We had a net tutor update that was received and filed due to time constraints. We had an enrollment update. And I think most importantly for that meeting, because quite a bit of discussion came out of it, was Dr. Carmen Lids provided a brief overview of the website redesign project. And there were quite a few questions regarding this project. So if anyone representing a campus, on a campus, has questions, your Technology Policy and Planning Committee should have answers for you because they are in these discussions. So you should not have to attend an IESS meeting to get questions about this website redesign. And I thank Dr. Lids for providing updates. She also provided a one-pager on mobility, on mobile accessibility settings. The one-pager is available, I believe, on the district website that gives information as to how to access documents and information on your mobile devices. And that was it of importance. And President Vella, so ends my report.
Okay, great. Thank you, Vice President Henderson. Trustee Vettis, please also summarize the proceedings of the Facilities Master Planning and Oversight Committee that you chaired on March 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first offer, there's a recommended item to the board to approve college-initiated changes to the LACCD College Cesar Chavez Administration and Workforce Building. And principally, these changes include installation of new flag poles at the West Gateway Plaza, a number of storage spaces, modifications, and an increase in mailboxes for part-time faculty, et cetera. And so there's a list of the changes to come forward, but most of them were viewed as ones that can be accepted. And these are done at a point in the project that doesn't create very significant additional cost. I know I'll look to Dr. Smith if I'm doing it very quickly in full sentences here, but generally speaking, if these changes were to come a little later, probably would not have received the recommendation of the committee, but they came at a point where it doesn't create costs and changes. The item was motion and second for the board to. We also reviewed AB 1150, which is external entities use of community college facilities, which has also been discussed in our legislative committee. We had a robust presentation on the pre-design design process. And lots of this is in line with how we do project approvals and how we receive forward sort of the mountain of work that occurs. And so the committee had a chance to sort of review all of the elements and features that go to essentially presenting a project forward to the board, to the committee. So, the other items were received in files and active design and active construction.
Very, very busy agenda. Thank you so much, Trustee Vettis. Trustee Buena, please summarize the proceedings of the Board Ad Hoc Committee on Advanced and Indian Language Instruction that you chaired on March 21st.
Thank you very much. And record, our name is shorter now.
Okay.
The Chancellor Rodriguez. It was the like the Apostles' Creed of political org. We had approximately 55 people who were present at the committee meeting. I want to go over some stats. Currently, we have about 60 classes going in language across the campuses. Out of 1,055 students, 440 are new students. That's very important to understand in terms of from the recruitment perspective that they are absolutely new students. So we do have KPCC is kind of wrapping up a media story, Telemundo, Univision. So there are, and we also know that the different campuses, the different community colleges, non-LACCD, are also calling us and asking kind of what's happening. So there is momentum that's occurring. So that's extremely important for the board to know. I am getting some feedback as we're kind of muddling through the process of how we're teaching some of these classes. Is that we need more in-person or personal conversations with the different campuses. In terms of understanding what this means for the character of education and our different institutions. But I think we are going to need to, it's just not a recruitment process, the process of what does this mean for diversity as we move forward. Finally, I want to go over, there was, the issue at West LA that also came up was our onboarding process. And I think West LA I think our colleges shouldn't be judged necessarily by did everything run perfectly, but did they learn through the process? Are we learning from the process? And are we fixing our processes? I think what Wes said was kind of like when they were starting their BA program, you were going to have errors. It doesn't mean that the system isn't working. It means that there are errors. But we did have, for instance, I'll end with this. One student who said, who went there with her friend, who wasn't able to enroll, but she said, I took the bus, this was around 9:30 in the morning. I took the bus 2.5 hours to be here at West LA College for this particular class in order to get information in order for me to enroll. So as we're having the conversation, as we're going to have with regard to enrollment, let's remember that, yes, we need all the media buys, all the ads, all the marketing, but a lot of the conversation is about how we frame the narrative about enrollment specifically to make sure that students are able to enroll. Because one of the biggest complaints that we had from students is that they were not able to physically enroll in the mechanics of our process. I can't give a percentage in terms of what percentage are not having that problem, but that is there. So as we're having a conversation, again, I know that we're going to have another conversation with regard to marketing. This in-person component, I don't know if it is part of it, but at least that's my read from it. So President Vela, I submit now.
Thank you, Trustee Buena. I really appreciate your work on that. Student trustee
Oh,
Callahan, yes.
One more thing I forgot to mention with regard to AB 1096. The the Faculty Association of Community Colleges just passed a resolution to support AB 1090. That was a.
Plain language?
Yeah, the
Oh, great news. Yeah, that's
So
fantastic.
that's it.
That's great. Thank you so much. Student trustee Callahan, please summarize the proceedings of the Student Affairs Committee that you chaired on March 10th.
March 10th, that meeting was pretty brief. We were still, the students were still having a little bit adjusting to the modality change now that we have different requirements for attending in person and online, but it was still good. A lot of the stuff that the college presidents spoke on were kind of repeated back in that meeting. The big thing that came out of that meeting was 2015, which is basically changing some of the responsibilities and duties of the student trustee and giving them a little more of a guideline or a better idea of how to represent the students and how to go about their role in as a board of trustees member. And yeah, so we approved that, and that was the main thing for that meeting. And then just as a quick update, and mostly for the colleges, the student trustee elections are going on currently, which many of you know. So this election, I guess it's kind of dear to me in a way. Well, not dear to me. I'm enjoying the fact that for this election, there's more than just two candidates and more than just one college is represented. We have City College, East LA, and Pierce College, which are all represented. So for all the college presidents, please encourage your students to vote when it's time, when that period comes. But best of luck to all the candidates. Hopefully, when I was running, I came to some of these meetings to kind of get an idea of what it would be like to be a trustee. I remember my first meeting was like so long. I came as like a public member. So I don't know if anybody currently running is watching online or is it here in person, but best of luck to you. And yeah, and that's my report.
Keep us posted, but we definitely want to be able to, celebrate you, and your tenure with us. So please keep us posted.
Yeah, I believe next meeting is my last board of trustees.
Next
On the
meeting,
board,
May?
On the board, yes.
Okay, great. So Chancellor, we can make note of that and, okay. All right. So next is board travel authorizations. May I have a motion on a second on item E2?
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Henderson. I'll second the next one. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Resolutions, first one up, I'll go ahead and name them all, and then I'll ask the trustees if they wanted to comment on any of them, but let's first get them approved. If that's okay with everyone? We could go faster? Okay. F1, celebration Earth Day and reaffirming the LA Community College District clean and energy and sustainability goals. May I have a motion on item F1?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Eno. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Great, motion passes. F2, Day of Remembrance, Armenian Genocide. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Henderson,
Second.
second by Vice President Eno. Roll call, please.
I did have some.
Yeah, we're gonna do it at the end. Yeah. Roll call?
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Okay, motion passes. F3, in observance of Denim Day and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I have a motion and a second on F3.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Henderson,
Second.
second Vice President Eno. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
The motion passes. Item F4, Child Abuse Prevention Month. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Henderson,
Second.
second by Vice President Eno. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
The motion passes. F5, National Administrative Professionals Week. May I have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Moved by Vice President Henderson, second Vice President Eno. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Item F6, the 2023 Community College Trustees Board of Directors election. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Hernandez, seconded by Vice President Eno. Roll call, please.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Sure, you could on this one. Yeah.
Okay, so this one, we need to, before we vote, we need to choose the members that we're voting for. So there's discussion that needs to happen before the roll call.
Before the vote. Okay.
So, and I do want, can I just make a point of clarification? General Counsel Medina and I attended Robert's Rules of Order workshop. And correct me if I'm wrong, General Counsel Medina, but should we, before we actually take vote, because we voted on those last resolutions, shouldn't we have discussion before the vote rather than
So here's what
after?
it is. So basically, on the ones that are like Denim Day and sexual awareness and all that, I asked you earlier if we could just do the vote, and then because they're ceremonial in nature, and then you can speak to them. On this one, the reason why I allowed you for discussion right now is because you're right. It's we have to name who we're gonna elect and so on and so forth. The other thing you can do is you can actually just say, can we approve items F1 through
Yeah.
F7? And I didn't want to do that because I knew if this one was going to happen. So I'm not trying to at all be either out of order or so on and so forth. There was just 7 of these. So I was trying to get the ones that, we could speak to after they're passed, because they're, again, they're important, but we could just speak to them after. But absolutely, you're right. This one in particular, item 6, does need discussion. So that's what we're doing right now. Thank you. But go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to propose for election to the CCCT board, the incumbents, Barry Snell, Lauren Stack, Suzanne Lee Chan, Marisa Perez, Barbara Dunsheath, Carmen Ramirez, and myself, Andrew Hoffman, for reelection. And then one new member from the group, Jonathan Aboud, who is from Santa Barbara City College. I think many of us have met him at various conferences. He's an extremely involved trustee. He's a newer trustee and very committed to our work with diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, as well as committed to social justice. So I would add him to the list and ask for your approval.
I am in complete support of that, Trustee Hoffman, and want to thank you for always keeping the pulse of these elections. They're extremely important. It's our voice statewide. So thank you so much. So Board of Trustees, and I guess we could just take what Trustee Hoffman has just said and add this to this resolution. Is that okay? So moved. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Lupe, do you need me to repeat the names so you can record them?
I've got the incumbents and then the new person. I got it.
Got it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, President Vella.
Trustee Hoffman, you want to second that?
I think Kelsey just seconded. Yep.
You want to? Okay.
Yeah,
Trustee-
thank you,
Trustee Hoffman?
colleagues. Appreciate it.
We have nine spots and we only have 8 right now. So if
Yeah.
you want to,
No,
that's it?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, let's do roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay, motion passes. And then item F7 is we're amending the 2023 calendar for the Board of Trustees regular meeting dates. So at this point, I would like to have a motion and a second. And if there's any discussion, that's fine.
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Henderson,
Second.
second by Vice President Eno. Any discussion on the changes? Okay, none at this time. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Thank you. Motion passes. And at this time, I would like to ask the trustees if they have any comments on any of the resolutions that we just passed. Yes, Vice President Eno.
It was more of an amendment to the number 2 Armenian genocide. There was just a couple newer current whereas that I'd like to add, so I can run it by,
Yes,
okay, for edits. That's
thank
it.
you. Okay. Any of the other ones? Okay,
Might I recommend that we go
Yes,
down
student
in
trustee
order?
Callahan.
So maybe announce the First Amendment to the Fifth Amendment and then ask if we have any discussion so that's not as chaotic. So just segment by, or I guess, resolution by resolution to keep it a little orderly.
okay, what are you referring to?
So for the resolutions, so we approved of 1 through 5. Do you want to go through them one by one and then ask, do we have discussion? Because we may have a few comments on each, so to keep the discussion a little bit controlled. Focus.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So you want to start with F1?
Yeah.
Okay,
So I would say that, I guess for my piece, this is very important for, not just the district, but just the current state of Los Angeles, but like America in general, because I think we all know what happened. What was it, last winter, or what was it? It was like a late winter, like the weather changing, extreme heat waves, rain out of nowhere. You have all these things happening with climate change, and it's something that happens in the background that we don't really focus on as much, but having a constant reminder that we have to keep the earth healthy, safe, clean, because the repercussions of our actions are slowly affecting our everyday lives, and we can see how that affected us drastically throughout the district. So I'll just say, again, we already voted on this, but again, just reaffirming that support, that we need to have this as a very strict and strong priority for our district, for the sake of our students, for the sake of our institution, for our employees, for basically everyone. So
thank you. Go ahead. Next one. F2?
no comments on it.
Did you need me to read the amendments aloud? Or are we okay?
We already passed them. If you guys can speak to them, but if you have any changes to them, we need to redo them. I asked you guys if it was okay to approve them as the language as is, and you guys said yes. So it's okay.
I did have some.
Okay, so General Counsel, I guess I tried to make it because we had so many, but I think we have to redo them all.
You can redo them all, or if there's one specific resolution where you'd like the amendment, you can read the amendment into the record, have a second on that, and take a vote.
Okay,
So it's
so let's pull that up.
Okay. So for number 2, the resolutions are whereas if I incorrectly pronounced the names, Arksakh, the ancestral homeland of the Armenian people, has been a center of the Armenian language, culture, and religion, having its autonomy for over 2 millennia. And whereas Azerbaijan has maintained a total blockage of Artsakh since December 2022, completely serving Artsakh's only humanitarian lifeline to Armenia, preventing the transport of food, fuel, medicine, and other vital humanitarian supplies to the region. and leaving ARCSOCs 120,000 Armenians facing critical shortages of life, sustaining goods, and whereas the state of California encourages and supports the continuing efforts Armenians of ARCSOC to develop a free independent nation in 2014 and has been in the forefront of efforts to raise awareness of the plight of its indigenous Armenian population amidst Azerbaijan's relentless aggression. And whereas the United States acknowledges the threat of Azerbaijan poses to the Armenian of ARCSOC with the passage of Section 907 of the Freedom Support Act in 1992, which prohibits the provision of United States assistance to Azerbaijan until the time it ceases, all blockades and the offensive use of force against Armenians and, I'm choking, of Nagorno-Karabakh. And whereas Azerbaijan remains committed to enacting a policy of ethnic cleansing against the Armenians of, okay, keep reading. No, just, get those up. Sorry, I'm choking. I think that's it. Sorry. The policy of ethnic cleansing against Armenians of ARCSOC to impose its will on the Armenian people through the use of coercion, intimidation, and the use of force. Now, there let it be. That was it.
Thank you so much, Vice
Sorry.
President. No, thank you. I'm sorry. Can I have a motion and a second to support and add Vice President Eno's amendments? Okay, any other discussion on the amendment from Vice President Eno? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Any other comments or amendments on the motions we passed or the resolutions we passed?
President Vella, I just have a very quick comment. We don't have a resolution, but I just wanted to acknowledge that it's Community College Month. So April is Community College Month. There's a toolkit that ACCT put out that we can use for social media and whatnot. So spread the word about the good work that we are doing, not only in California, but all across the nation. Thank you.
Oh, that's a really big one we missed. So if for staff, let's make sure we do it next year. Thank you, Trustee Hoffman, for bringing that up. That's a big one. All right, thank you all so much. And by the way, it would have been our 8th one. So, all right, thank you so much. We'll now turn to Chancellor Rodriguez for his report. Thank you. Floor is yours, Chancellor.
Thank you, Board President Bell. I think I'd like to start by saying that every month is a community college month for us. How's that? Because we do the good work every single day, but it is important to highlight the national movement that is the community colleges. So thank you so much. I'll make this presentation as brief as I can. I have 3 components. First, always drawing your attention to the monthly report. It's absolutely filled with wonderful news, highlights, activities, programs, services, events that makes our colleges who they are and makes us very, very proud. To really wanted to celebrate so much of the work that's going on at each of our colleges to support the success of students, to keep equity at the center of our conversations and to continue to provide access and opportunity to those who not only deserve it, but who could benefit the most. So thank you all to the colleges, the presidents, and all the support staff here at the ESC who support that particular work. So I wanted to start there with that. It was already mentioned that on December the 21st, the April the 21st, there will be a district-wide Dream Resource Forum. And this is really drawing attention to our well over 10 to 12,000 students who are undocumented, who are dreamers, and who are indeed DACA recipients. So it's, again, a way to cause awareness. And just a fun fact, an important fact, and you've heard our trustees and our board, and you all mentioned this before, the LACCD at its 9 colleges serves more, enrolls more undocumented students than the California State University and the University of California combined. Gives you a sense of the mass imprint of the importance of our this student population and the opportunity, obviously, to serve more. So we'll invite folks to come out to LA Mission College. The event will be catered by their culinary program. We expect several hundred campus folks to be out there. And again, thanks to the leads at the Dream Resource Centers for that. Moving on to the next slide, wanted to recognize at the end of this particular month is the statewide Black Student Success Week. It's Monday through Friday. It's during the noon hour. There'll be virtual conversations on best practices to support the success of Black students. LACCD is one of the principal sponsors of this activity. This week, we will be having our advisory committee chaired by Vice President Henderson, and we'll be making some very important announcements and investments to our Black student community throughout our 9 colleges. So something that we draw your attention to. We're very proud to be part of this activity. This has gone on for several weeks now. We do know that the Black student enrollment is a crisis at each of our colleges and throughout the state and indeed the country. There's been a precipitous decline in the Black student enrollments. So it's something that we have to pay a lot of attention to and get after. So again, we're part of this conversation. We join you. We ask you to join us in this conversation. Next slide here. Check this out. Look at all these wonderful celebrations to complement the annual traditional commencement exercises. These are now as part of our fabric of these wonderful celebrations, whether they're in their 13th, 14th year, like the Black graduation, or in their first year, like the Asian Pacific Islander Desi American graduation. We celebrate them all. So again, these are in-person activities hosted at the different colleges. So thank you to the colleges that are hosting, and we invite everyone to attend. Any person from any community can participate in these. It really does show the beautiful intersectionality of our communities that make up LACCD. Again, everyone's invited. A little bit about the enrollment numbers. If you've heard of the presidents that referred to that, the green arrows is good. That means that enrollments are up by way of head count, by way of actual student enrollments themselves. We're up about 2% in the number of sections that we're offering, and the average class size is up just a bit as well. So again, these are part of our dashboards, the real time. The board knows how to access those, and we make these available to our public so we can get a real time discussion and a sense of how we're doing by way of enrollment. If you look at the next slide here, it gives you that these other groups are also growing. Again, green means good. Again, all arrows are moving upwards. Later in this conversation, we'll have a presentation from our group Elder Tree, who has helped us with marketing and advertising, that has been also very supportive of our enrollment numbers moving forward. To the next slide here. Okay, let me make, can you go back to the last slide? I want to make one last comment here. The majority of our classes, over 50%, are online or hybrid. They continue to be offered that way. They continue to be enrolled that way. That is a pretty staggering number, considering that the in-person classes are under 50%, excuse me. So it's something we're going to continue to monitor, continue to schedule. We are prepared for in-person classes, in-person services, and in-person supports of activities, athletics, and whatnot. So again, we're going to continue to monitor that a little higher, but again, we're trying to follow and seek a balance between what students want by way of classes and what we can provide for them in person. Students do better when they're in person, the attention and support that they can receive on campus. So again, gradual but important movement back to campus is important. We'll continue to always have modalities of remote and hybrid that will continue to be part of our academic landscape, but that we're looking for a better balance towards more in person. So I just want to mention that, members of the board. I could ask in the next subject, it's the second of 3. Let me have Leonard McCrae, Adam Sarin, Dave Martin, and Claire Floria. Can you please please stand for a moment here? Colleagues, this is our district-wide campus safety. Welcome, Leonard and Adam. They're new to our campus, to our district environment, to our LACCD family. Claire and Dave Martin have been part of our family for a long period of time, and it's important that we note that the Safety and Security Services, which is housed over at the corporate center, is now providing the kinds of support, coordination, and integration of campus safety and security services throughout the district by deploying technology, cameras. This is the unit, Mr. McCray in particular, that provides support and oversight over our LA Sheriff's Department contract and our Community College Bureau. So I want to make sure that you met the team. These are new members and also other members of our LACCD family who will make up an excellent safety and security services team. So I simply wanted to introduce them to members of the board so you knew who they were. They are out of the corporate center, so they're not here all the time at the district office. They're out throughout the campuses, but I wanted you to see them and to meet them. So thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
By the way, I was there yesterday. And it looks really nice. Your office, how you decorated it and you put all the letters there. So it looks very official. So very, very nice.
That's Central Command.
Correct. Yeah.
That's the nerve center. So
Very nice.
and welcome again to LACCD, Mr. McCray, Mr. Soren, and Dave. It's so good to see you. You've been such a stalwart member of our academic family here for so long. We're so pleased that you're part of this team. Very welcome again. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the last part of my report for today. And this is the elder presentation. You know, but I have one more page of notes here. Won't take me too long. These are accolades. So I'm going to skip. I'm going to delay this about 45 seconds. In your Counselors Monthly, there's a couple of recognitions that I want to underscore. And one is that LACCD has a representative on the Board of Governors who has been appointed by Governor Brown. And I wanted to recognize LA Harbor Professor and Counselor Adrienne Brown. She is now a member of the Board of Governors. We recognize her. She's not here today, but I wanted to recognize her name, thank her for her future service on the statewide Board of Governors. So let's give Ms. Brown the next one. Thank you.
And Chancellor, I think you meant Governor Newsom. You said Governor Brown.
I said Governor Brown.
Yeah, you said Governor Brown. Yeah, I'm with you. Trust me.
Okay, Governor Newsom.
Back in
Excuse
the
me.
days. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Those are where my mind is. Also, it's important to recognize, you know, we have a long-standing tradition at LACCD, a wonderful one, that our faculty get recognized again through the Board of Governors. They have an Excellence in Education Award called the Gerald Hayward Award. On an annual basis, 4 faculty members from around the state, tens of thousands of faculty members are recognized for excellence. And I'm happy to share, and it's highlighted in the report, that the East Los Angeles College professor Kenneth Chaispersart is recognized this year as the Hayward Award winner. So we recognize him for his work. In particular, the pre-law pathway, he empowers his students, and I'm so pleased that he was recognized.
Chancellor, can I say a little bit about
Yes.
that? So I attended yesterday. They honored him at East LA College, and I just want to say that he is one of the hardest working faculty out there, and you all should be very proud that he is your brethren and your coworker and your support system at East LA College in particular. I know people know him a lot, Mercy, and I have to say, when I taught at ELAC, he was the person that really was able to mentor me and help me with teaching poli-sci. And so it just seemed, you know, kind of, you know, good that, you know, the board president should go, that he actually, and he mentioned that, he's like, I can't believe the guy that I taught how to put a syllabus together is now the board of trustee president. So, you know, for those of you on this dais that teach, I look up to you all too. And, you know, it's those type of people that help you along the way that you never forget. And Kenneth, he's just, his pre-law program is inspiring. So thank you for mentioning it, because I didn't even tell you to do that. So, or mention it. So thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. We're very proud of all of our faculty, and in particular those who are recognized for these special awards. Speaking of special awards, there's 2 other colleagues. The Greater Los Angeles African American Chamber of Commerce at its annual economic awards dinner at the end of March recognized our very own Dr. Reuben Smith.
Yeah.
His excellence, leadership, and his economic impact through facilities design and implementation throughout the region. So again, very, very proud when our outside organizations recognize the excellence of our colleagues. So thank you, Dr. Smith, and congratulations to you. And last, sort of just the high five here, the Tri-County Collaborative, they held a community safety conference titled Community Safety Through the Lens of Women Leadership. And they select a handful of people, I think 4 from the particular area. I'm very, very pleased to announce that Dr. Armida Ornelas was that person recognized for her work with the justice impacted youth, with her anti-recidivism activities on campus, and with all the reentry activities, and really providing an excellent educational opportunity for those who have been impacted by the system. So Dr. Ornelas, take a bow. We recognize you. He was recognized last week at USC at the very, very large, very important event. So again, congratulations. The excellence throughout this district is simply remarkable and inspiring. So thank you for allowing me some time to share some of our shining examples. All right, last part of the Chancellor's report. Now we can get to last slide. If you want. Let me introduce members of Elder Tree. Elder Tree is the agency of record. They indeed provide marketing and advertising for the district. So I'm going to ask Juliet Hidalgo, our Director of Communications, to provide an introduction to our guests who are here. They will have a presentation for the board. This was an interest from the board a few months ago, so I'm very pleased that we're able to deliver on that. So after the presentation, we'll engage in any questions that the board might have. So Ms. Hidalgo, please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, Board of Trustees and President Vela and Chancellor Rodriguez. But yeah, so I am new to the Director of Communications and Marketing. I started actually in January, but I was told that they never have presented since Elder Tree began with their contract in 2021. So I thought it's about time to have them come. So they're going to be presenting today about a market status update and the work that they have been doing at all 9 colleges, as well as what they've been doing for the district. So I want to introduce the higher education team. We have Michael Flanders, who's going to be coming up right here. Do you want to come up? Yeah. I recommend it. It's kind of hard doing a presentation from down there. Yeah, I know. So he is the founder and CEO of Elder Tree. And then we have Jared Gitson, who's the president and general manager of higher education. He's coming right here. And then we also have Kristen Blake. Yeah, Blake, Director of Client Partnerships, who's here. And also we have Angel Rivera, who is actually, she's not here in the room, but she is a Vice President of Higher Education. She's on Zoom in case we need to have more. So welcome, Elder Tree.
Thank you all. All right, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As Juliet mentioned, my name is Jared Geeson. I'm the President and General Manager of Elder Tree Higher Education. We appreciate the opportunity to be invited here today at the pleasure of the board. It's an honor to serve the board, the chancellor, the presidents of the colleges, the district, and the community of Los Angeles. With me today, as already mentioned, is Mike Flanders, Angel Rivera, Kristen Blake, and myself. Today, we'd like to take a little bit of time to deliver a market status update and talk about the work that we've been doing in concert with the presidents and the public relations managers at the college and the district over the past year. We should all be very proud of the hard work over the last year as we've all transitioned quickly to some major changes. First, we need to acknowledge that although successful, the work continues and we have challenges ahead. Our objective today is to communicate the story of where we are and what comes next. So I'd like to first say, wow, LACCD is amazing. A lot of the stuff that I've heard today just reaffirms what I have to say here. We've had the opportunity to visit all of the presidents and the PIOs on campus and the district office. We've been everywhere. During those visits, we've made it a point to see the campuses and to get a feel for each college. What we've discovered is that every college is unique and diverse. That was made abundantly clear additionally with what the presidents had to report today. It's clear that the people in this room care a lot about higher education and making significant efforts to invest in the offerings of each college. From the many new facilities that we saw, they're just everywhere, to dual delivery technology, state-of-the-art programs that we heard talked about today that are being created to meet the needs of modern students, the extensive catalog of course offerings that exist, all of the support services in person, and most of all, the passionate presidents, public relations managers, and faculty staff that we met. LACCD has something for everyone. The colleges offer so much to the communities around them. We believe that the people of Los Angeles deserve to be made aware of what exceptional public resources are available to them and how they can take advantage of those resources to make themselves better. At Elder Tree, we believe that education can change lives. Not only is this our business, but it's our mission. So many of our staff, myself included, have seen firsthand the benefits of what education can do and the doors it can open, and we want everyone in Los Angeles to understand and experience this also. You know, whether it's an 18-year-old high school student looking to take their first steps of their college journey to community college, to bootstrap their transfer to a four-year institution, or maybe it's a 21 barista looking to take part-time classes, or someone fresh out of the military looking to take their first steps into a career. Perhaps it's a stay-at-home mom looking to learn some new skills to return to the job market, or even as we're seeing with adult education, 50-year-old new immigrant to the USA looking to learn English for the first time, or anyone really. Everyone has their passions they want to pursue. Education, as everyone knows in this room, is a way for people to realize their dreams. And it's clear that LACCD can help the community accomplish their dreams. The limits are boundless. From LA Promise to adult education, from online to in-person instruction to counseling and community services offered on campus, dual enrollment, all the things we've heard talked about today, the colleges offer so much to help everyone increase their economic mobility. But we also know that the world is changing. We've seen it, we've talked to people on campus, and we know how difficult things are now. There no longer is a traditional model. People are doing things in different ways based on their current situation in life, which can change very quickly. The truth is that LACCD offers cost-effective, life-changing alternatives to the traditional patterns and can help students overcome life's challenges. To be successful, we need to support everyone's unique path and let every potential student know that no matter what position or place in life, LACCD colleges offer something that can help them at any stage, no matter where they are in the service area. So we must be prepared and ready to accept students and to provide them with the best experience possible at every touch point. I heard the chancellor mention that. It's almost like you wrote this for me. Students have lots of choices, and they know that, right? And so our number one goal is to ensure that they think of LACCD first. Our campaigns, as you'll see, are making that happen. The pandemic accelerated these changes and altered students' expectations. In 2020, LACCD experienced a significant decline in enrollment, over 20% in fact, followed by a 10% decline in 2021. This graph shows the percent decline of each year over the previous year. Compared to surrounding districts and other large California multi-college districts, this was the sharpest decline. There was a tough road ahead to change this trend. In late 2021, the college presidents and board came together and recognized that past efforts were not working and that something else had to be done. Elder Tree was brought on to help change the direction. As this graph demonstrates, and we'll show in a bit more depth, LACCD enrollment increased year over year in fall 2022, better than nearly every other district with comparable size and budget in Southern California, and enrollment continues to increase, as we've just seen with the reports today. So why market LACCD? Everyone in this room is dedicated to helping our communities understand the value of higher education and the exceptional value the district and the colleges provide. It's a difficult job and we take it very seriously. To do this, we must meet students where they are. But LA is very diverse, many cultures, languages, and demographics that we must understand and work with to meet prospective students at the right place, at the right time, and with the right message. But this is what we do. The journey begins with creating brand awareness. To do this well requires patience, persistence, and continued investment over many years. No great brands were born overnight. They are the result of continued effort over a long period of time. Whether it's a multinational company selling soft drinks, a local sports team, a brand new social media platform, the latest tech startup, a citizen running for public office, or a public institution of higher education, brands and brand loyalty is built over time through continued repetition of consistent visuals and messaging. So we must help students understand how LACCD can help them and that any of the LACCD colleges is where they should be. Students must be made aware, then continually nudged to take action, finally culminating in them sharing their positive experiences with others. All students can become influencers over time, and we're making that happen. The collective efforts to market LACCD have been very successful. So let's take a look at some of those. So this past year has been focused on creating brand awareness. We've been doing this in many different ways to encourage enrollment. We've developed custom campaigns for each college and the district programs, such as Adult Ed and LA Promise. And we've gotten these pieces out into the community abundantly. So first, taking a look at some of the college campaigns, we work closely with each college to develop a unique creative style that highlights the uniqueness of each college. These are just a few examples of the many pieces that we've built to represent the different campaigns for each college. Notice how they all reflect the uniqueness and diversity of the colleges and the communities we serve. Everything here is custom done based on listening to the presidents, the public relations managers, the students, and anybody we can to understand what works best for each one. There's no cookie cutter here. And that's just a few examples. We've also done a lot with college special projects. We continue to develop the brand awareness on campuses as well. We rebranded LAVC to set the foundation for a new brand image. You see it on the bottom right of this slide. We created enticing on-campus signage and imagery to draw West students to their new Welcome Center. We've created on-campus banners and signage at Pierce, City, East, Harbor, just to name a few, to help students feel welcome and to find their way on campus. And we created a special campaign for Someone to Hung at Mission College. The district, we work closely with the district communications director, Juliet, her predecessor, and many great people at the district develop a brand for Promise in 2022, and we'll do the same for 2023. We have that work going now. We have done the same with the Chancellor's Adult Ed Working Group to create a consistent brand for adult ed across the colleges. And there's some other examples here too of registration enrollment events, some work we did for GoPass, and so forth. Of course, to ensure that we are communicating most effectively with the diverse community of Los Angeles, we create campaigns specific to local cultural communities in their native languages and in media outlets they are most familiar with. We do this at the college and the district level. Creating awareness is the first step of our efforts. So for this first year, we had to brand the colleges and the district programs do it in a big way. And everyone's noticed that, and you just see the examples of that. So let's take a closer look at some of the results. So during the first year, the colleges have been successful in achieving the objective of developing significant brand awareness in a cost-effective way. 85% of dollars spent by the colleges in the district has gone directly to media buys and the execution of those buys. This leaves 15% spent on creative and other related non-media buy services. So using ElderTree as the largest higher ed media buyer in Los Angeles, LACCD is beating the industry average, with the bulk of the dollars being spent directly on creating the most impact in the market through direct ad buys and placements. With the majority of the budgets allocated for media buys, the industry average for media buy fees is typically around 15%, varies depending upon the agency. LACCD has paid less than 3% fee for all media buys. So the contract represents a significant savings and the lowest price possible for media buys, which is the core of the budgets. So this graph shows the budget allocation for each major campaign. Going down the left are your campaigns from most recent to ones in the past. The allocation is directly related to the term and the initiative, with the largest focus placed on fall, Promise, Adult Ed, and Spring. The other terms, of course, are always included to ensure top-of-mind brand awareness. We have to be consistent in our efforts. The numbers are driven by budgets of each college and the district, with the focus on promoting brand awareness in a big way. So this is the same graph, but broken down by college. We can see that the district budgets are mostly used for the district-wide efforts and a few enrollment events, and the individual colleges prioritizing their budgets on fall and spring terms, which is where most new enrollment growth typically happens. So what is the result of all this? Well, we're very pleased to report that these efforts are paying off. How do we know they're successful? Because accounting for every dollar, we get the impressions and we get the engagement that I'll show you now. Across all the campaigns, the district and colleges reached nearly 900 million combined impressions for all outdoor ads. And these are just a few other examples as well. We also do broadcasts, and there's higher numbers for those, but I didn't have them at the time of the presentation. So huge numbers of impressions, over 900 million. If we look at just digital, we're achieving an aggregate total of 181 million impressions. The engagement metrics on this reveal that for all forms of digital media, display ads, search ads, and social media platforms, the rate at which the audience engages or which they take actions to click or engage with digital media for all media types is approximately 50% above the average for the education industry advertisers. You can see those numbers at the bottom, and we're beating them very easily. So these campaigns are doing very well in digital media. People see them and they are engaging beyond the average, the industry average. If we take a look at email and landing pages, we see even higher engagement with these more direct forms of digital media. With nearly 6 million emails sent across 739 campaigns, engagement is extremely high, with over 50% of all emails being opened, and 2.5% of those who open the emails, or approximately 2.5, taking an action to engage even further. The standard is under 40% for opens. So again, we're beating the industry averages. Similarly, for landing pages, the visits are doing well, with 4% of viewers taking another action after viewing. So let's take a slightly different look at a few of the recent campaigns. This is fall 2022. Taking a quick look at how the impressions are driving enrollment, we can see in the top chart that total impressions are consistent and high leading up to fall 2022 start, and on the bottom graph, the credit head count. You can see that by far the outdoor ads generate many more impressions than other forms of media, which is why they're important to generate brand awareness. This is a direct correlation of spending to impressions at the right time and the right place. How much the colleges spend determines the impressions, and we like to see consistent impressions as enrollment is always ongoing, which with spikes leading up to start of the important terms. This is the same timeline. This time we're looking at the engagement or the click-through rates for digital media. You can see consistent engagement with the campaigns leading up to the start of the term, and then as we continue to deliver email nudging and other calls to action, last-minute engagement spikes leading to second session start. What we consistently see is nearly as around a 4% click-through rate increase after the start of the term, which is interesting. This tells us that students are taking action, but late. So this is when the students' interest is peaked and when we can get students to take action. So because of this, the email nudging and the digital ads do not stop once the term starts. Instead, we continue to run them to take advantage of the latent interest. And these spikes demonstrate that. Looking at the current term, this is spring 2023, as of a couple weeks ago. Similar to fall 2022, the impressions for the outdoor advertising is ramping up in January, leading into the start. But in this case, as the summer and fall registration periods start during the spring, the impressions continue to remain high after the spring start date. So note on this graph, there were continued enrollments even after the start of the term, while the outdoor ad impressions remain high. And then looking at the same timeline, the click-through rate, again, it's the same story here. The engagement metrics for digital and email are consistent. They spike up just after the start of the term, and then jump again as we continue to encourage students to take second half courses. So to bring this full circle, the brand is out there. We're creating loyalty and trust. People are seeing the message and engaging at significant rates. Students are enrolling and coming back to class. We have changed the direction and we are starting to recover enrollment. Together, we are showing the LA community that the LACCD colleges are here and are ready to receive them to help improve their lives. We've all done an amazing job. The districts and the colleges have worked hard to create amazing brands. So next steps. We've established brand awareness and we are top of mind. We will continue to do that. Now we need to dig in with all stakeholders and continue to evolve our demand generation through the next phases. We'd like to see students and their friends and families actively coming on campus to learn about a college, to take action there and seek enrollment guidance and take advantage of services in form of high touch. We've got many examples of that type of stuff talked about today. We'd like to see advocacy through social programs, adult education students perhaps learning about programs beneficial to them from talking to a campus representative, maybe at their Tuesday night support group or the bowling alley or community event center, a grocery store or a corner market. Again, high touch. We want people to go, we want to be where people are and make them aware of what they can get. We want to see high school students who maybe perhaps the first in their family to go to college to say, yes, I want to go to East or West or Trey Tech or Harbor College because it's close by and it's free. We must help them make that decision by changing their perceptions. Students from all cultures, communities, and ethnicities, we want to see them learning about their local community colleges from someone who they can relate to, speaking to them at a community event, perhaps even some hosted by the colleges and the district. We want to hear parents who think that college is not something for them or their children, learning that what is offered down the street at Mission or City or Pierce College or Southwest or Valley is much more than just classes and homework. But instead, it's an entire community instead of programs and services that have their best interest in mind that can change their lives. We want to utilize new technology that can help bring more reliable data to our campaigns and nudging efforts. We have a great start. We can keep achieving. Of course, it's imperative to continue with the current branding awareness efforts. We must continue to work closely with everyone at all levels to further understand the colleges and the students and to develop even more effective messaging and enrollment assistance. One ad won't do it. It takes time and repetition. What we will see is we will begin to evolve beyond brand awareness without sacrificing our top of mind. We'll do this through in-person events, high-touch outreach, and partnering with the colleges to assist with larger and on-campus initiatives. So with that, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to be here today. I'd like to thank the chancellor, the presidents, PIOs, and all of the district and college professionals and everyone we work with on a daily basis for this opportunity to help the world understand that the Los Angeles district and the 9 colleges will elevate all who enroll. We can't do this without you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. At this point, if you could just stay up there, we're gonna do questions from the Board of Trustees. So I'll start with my left. Trustee Hoffman, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Vela. Hi, thank you for your very thorough presentation. I actually have just one question and then one comment. How do you measure engagement on the bus ads? Is there I don't remember if I saw a QR code, or how is that engagement measured?
Yeah, we start to put the QR codes on literally all of the outdoor ads. That's one way to do it, but it's a bit difficult, as you can imagine, because it's hard to tell who actually does see that. So the engagement is really measured more in the impressions that the people that see it, and then with the QR codes is the secondary way, driving them to a website, the landing pages. So the landing page number that you saw does represent some of that traffic. We just didn't break it down based on the actual ads. We can certainly, get some of that information and provide it, but that's how that comes.
And what do you mean by impressions of people that see it? I'm just.
So when we, the number of people that see the ad is typically what we look at in terms of what the value is for the ad and what the value is for what the cost of that is versus what we're getting is the impressions for outdoor. The secondary way, you're right, is through QR codes typically, but it is a bit difficult, to have a QR code driving down the road or on a bus. We do put them on a lot more stuff and track it through linking to the landing pages when we're able to create those.
Okay. And then, so yesterday I was here downtown and I had to go to Inglewood. I probably should have gone on the freeway, but I thought it would be easier to take side streets. Dumb me. And I was following a bus and there was an ad for East LA College. And it just occurred to me, like, we went right by Trade Tech and right by USC. And I'm thinking, how many students out this way are looking at a bus advertisement for ELAC, yet we've got other community colleges that are closer. So how are you strategically placing those ads? I'm just curious. Or did that bus maybe originate in East LA? And came this way?
When those placements are made with the outlet that provides those, we do indicate the service area that we request for the bus tails to be in specific areas. Of course, to your point, the buses travel outside of those. And so while they're largely in an area, it's uncontrollable that they're not always in the area. So yes, when we do actually make those selections, we do provide, working with the public relations managers, this area, target these areas. Yes, we do indicate that, and that's part of the planning.
Okay, thank you. I know the chancellor and I were in the valley together. Remember when we saw Pierce? We were like, oh, this is perfect. It was Pierce College, and it was near my house. So it was not too far from Pierce College.
Yeah. The interesting thing with the bus tails is that they're it's a mixed thing like you're saying here, but they really do receive a lot of awareness. I mean, you've got two examples right here of seeing them. So, there's value in that, and they're very cost effective for what they provide.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Hoffman, trustee Hernandez.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation.
thing.
It sounds like I heard a lot about brand awareness, and obviously I stood behind a bus too yesterday, so I saw an ad, and so that's great for the brand awareness. You also mentioned explaining the value of education, I believe, in your presentation, and which is that value proposition is so important. If you're behind a bus, you have like
Yeah.
2 seconds to sell a college. What, in your expert kind of opinion in this industry, what is the messaging that actually works? What is the value proposition messaging besides just brand awareness? What are you seeing that works and is getting the actual results that we need?
Very simply, it's student testimonials on social media. So the brand awareness creates awareness that these things exist. We can provide links, urge you to check out or look at some of the student testimonials that we have huge success rate with on social media. Those are students telling other students about what their experience is and why they should go to East or this college or go to this program or what it is. We do a lot of those, and we refresh them every few months. But those are the way that we get that message about what the value is by having other students talk to other students. And you'd be surprised the engagement is quite high. People scrolling through see this, they click the video. It's 15, 20 seconds of someone talking about what their experience is at city or whatever it is. And so that's the secondary layer. It's multiple layers of things that we do here. Yeah.
Okay, so what are your recommendations then on adjustment campaign, knowing that billboards, outdoor media is very expensive? Any sort of, if it's actually like an influencer or a real student making that testimonial, how do we adjust the campaign? If it's not going to be on the back of a bus, it's going to get.
Yeah, the answer isn't really, it's one against the other. We need to do all of these things in various different degrees, right? So we measure the effectiveness, the clicks, the engagement that I told you. I gave you aggregate numbers sort of in total because it's, high level here. But we do break those down by ad, right? And so we actually on a weekly basis look at how each thing is performing, and we'll adjust where the allocation of the budget is going to put more into those that are performing well and getting more viewership. But we can't not do some form of the other things for that brand awareness, right? So it's a matter of constantly balancing these things of like we saw on the graphs, the impressions are high leading up to the beginning of a registration, for fall. We definitely have to have some amount of the outdoor then, but we can transition that to more of these other forms of things at different points of time. Yeah, so we adjust the mix of stuff constantly based on the campaign, the need. Yeah.
Okay, so just kind of to follow up on that, like what are your recommendations for changing, assuming that
Yeah.
you're tweaking this campaign as you go along? What are the changes that you recommend? What is the new technology that you mentioned?
Yeah, what we're suggesting is to keep doing what we're doing, but perhaps adjust some of this and move to finding more ways that we can engage
What
more
would be those
directly.
adjustments?
Perhaps having members that are representatives of the colleges, perhaps people that we staff, go into different places, more local, more specific, these different types of areas in the communities to be talking, to be demonstrating, and then working with the colleges to create, get more involved with some of the events that they're already doing, that they're already talking about, to create more awareness, bring even more people in, and make sure that the people or the students that come are understanding the value, right? So we have the high level campaigns that are very brand awareness. Then we come down and speak specifically to people. So whatever we can get involved with the events, create more marketing around those, more efforts around those, more student testimonials. The new technology, there's a lot of different apps and things that are coming on that help drive students to different educational opportunities. We're looking at some of these. I don't really have a specific one. We're continuing evaluating them. So yeah.
Thank you.
Also, if you could just speak a little bit
Oh, sure
more
thing.
into our mic. Yeah, I know it's a
Pull
little
it
bit
forward a
low.
little bit.
Trustee Vettis, any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So on the chart where you sort of break out the structure, maybe the one that's 85, 15 first, have, so do you have actually like raw dollars that you can mention for this? And one, and then two, is there a breakdown amongst colleges?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And who's our biggest user and who's,
Yeah.
not utilizing as much? So that's one question, and I'll ask the other question, and you can sit back and listen. Is on the click rates, particular, can you give us a little bit of a insight to the differentiation amongst the colleges?
Yeah. We have all that data broken down specifically for every ad, not just the college, but actually each piece that we run. We can provide those. I don't have it with me today. Certainly, we're more than happy to bring that and follow up. We also have the total amount here. Of course, it's the colleges and their budgets that drive the overall spending and when we make the recommendations and what they choose to do. I believe the total since the beginning of the contract, all in this number is roughly just under 17 million. The contract, I think, was 11.75 per year max. It's $0 based on whatever the colleges in the district chooses to pursue, right? So that's roughly the total there. I do have it broken out. I can go into every college. We can provide that information.
Provide
as a
that and
follow-up.
send that
Yeah.
over. That'd be great. Very helpful.
Yeah, I have it by college, by campaign, by college, by campaign, all of it.
Can you just like who's our heaviest user college, or what group is our heaviest user?
Probably I would say the district efforts have been by far. I mean,
Through Juliet's.
Yeah, the district, the district-wide stuff, I think, outstrips the others. I know we do a lot of outdoor buys and then a few specific places. But I don't have those off the top of my head. Yeah, we're happy to send it over.
Yeah,
we do have it.
Love to see it broken out.
Yeah. And then you asked about the click-through rates.
Yeah.
And the question, tell me again.
I'm just trying to understand if we have regional, local variance. And to a certain extent,
Yeah.
If I guess there's another layer to the data is we have a sense of like because one of our big losses per se over the during the pandemic had been at the older learners, and there's a gender distinction, and so I'm just wondering in terms of our campaigns are connected to those populations that have lapsed in pandemic recoveries.
Yeah, we certainly have those. The targeting for these is absolutely based on demographics. You may not have seen some of these ads, and that's probably for a good reason because you may not be the audience that we're targeting.
Exactly.
So
we see the buses, but we don't.
Right. Yeah. I haven't seen any of these other student testimonials, either for that reason. Right. But we do have that, and we can provide that data as well, breakdown by various demographics on each platform. They vary slightly in what they allow us to do, but we definitely do that. And we, of course, work very closely with the presidents and have these discussions with the president of the PROs on our regular, weekly and monthly meetings about what the demographics are, who we need to. And that's not only just in the targeting, but also in the visuals of the creative. Whose face are we showing on there, right? How do we get that to connect when we put that in front of these different groups?
That's good.
Yeah. Happy to follow up.
Thank you, Trustee Bettis. All right, let's go to the other side. Student Trustee Callahan. Any questions?
I would say, I think my question was answered. I was going to ask more so the effectiveness of placement of some of the advertisements, because I'm at UCLA 5 days a week, and I see advertisements for West Los Angeles College, which is reasonably closer to the area. But on a university campus, it doesn't seem as practical to have that advertisement. So for that case, as far as like where these advertisements are located, like is there a better way of tracking that to see exactly what kinds of demographics of people are seeing them? Or is there not as much control put on or emphasis put on that?
Well, I think it depends on which specific ones you're talking about. If it's like on a bus moving around, we have less control. But something like ads in print publications, magazines, of course, those are all very targeted based on who we understand and know the readership of those and the reason why. Everything that we place is deliberate for a reason, absolutely. Yeah. I'm not sure specifically about the ads that you've seen. I know, like, for example, some of the colleges do advertise in print publications at the 4 years colleges, and that's intentional for a reason, right? To help them fill classes and this sort of thing. Yeah. Sure.
For me. Thank you so much, Trustee Callahan. Trustee Bola?
Yes, I have a few. I wasn't necessarily happy when we moved forward with this contract, and if I had to do it over again, I think it would have questioned a lot more. Because I'm not an employee of the district, I'm hired by the public. We're the public's representative. So there were several problems I had with the presentation. So some I'm just going to give you feedback and administrative staff, and others it's going to be some questions. I think what I saw from the presentation was, and please, I have never met you, so please don't take this personally. I saw marketing for Evertree. You didn't tell us really what went wrong, what'd you learn? I don't know if this is the only report that our administrative team has seen, or is this created for us? I mean, is there another, for instance, we get financial audits, but when we're spending this much on marketing, would be actually good to get a report beforehand and to say, this is what you actually spent on. This is only telling me, I think your contract is up in October, a few months before, hey, we're kind of on your radar, want the contract back. I don't get any metrics with regard to, and I think you put 1 or 2 slides up there, multi-language. How's it going? I think your click rate is 2 point something. I think the industry standard is 4%, might be wrong. So it's just this presentation, non-engagement about the biggest thing, one of the biggest things that we can do is with regard to our marketing to get students through. I think as part of this presentation, my question is, because I think in years past, we've had tens of thousands of students who have started their application, but have never been able to finish their application. So where's the conversation with that, on that? Yeah, so, where, let's see, yes, the non-English, ratios on actual completion. I would have wanted to, I can care less what's happening in San Bernardino and San Diego, love them, but could care less. I care about El Camino, Santa Monica, I saw Santa Monica. I care about Pasadena. I care about Compton. I care about Cerritos. You only put Santa Monica. So apples to apples, it's not there. And I'm pointing that out when you come back, or administration points, it comes back, at least with me, this presentation wasn't a report. It was a brochure on how to get the contract back. And I understand you want the contract back. You're the founder of your business. I would too. But at least for me, if I had to vote on re-upping the contract, I would not. And it's based on this report plus piece. Forgive me for saying that.
Thank you, Trustee Buona. Vice President Eno.
Well said. I agree. I would have liked to see a little bit more data, particularly with, you showed clicks and things like that, but how much time did each person spend on the site, right? Where did they go? Did that lead to an actual application, and then for us to be able to follow up with those kinds of things to see if they actually were able to register and attend. But yeah, I mean, I think from a data standpoint, it would have been nice to maybe also get this in advance so we can understand the graphs a little bit better, because we moved through them so quickly. Like, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. Yeah, I think there's room to learn more about what's been accomplished. And so hopefully we can get some more information from you moving forward.
Yeah, the answer is yes, we have all that. Absolutely. I mean, clearly we're, trying to give an overview. Today, we do have those details that all of the things that you're asking for, and we'd be more than happy to share and provide exactly the metrics and things that you're talking about. Absolutely, we have that, and we would love to welcome the opportunity to bring that and show those details, right? It's trying to find that right balance of, this audience and what we're doing here today. But we do have those conversations constantly with the presidents. They see the details, the PIOs on a regular basis. All those numbers and metrics are shared with them. So we can certainly elevate that and bring that forward. We do have that, and we do have those discussions.
President Bella, you'll did 10 seconds to me.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. This is a communications presentation as to how we communicate with the public.
Yes.
So the standard of how we judge you specifically is higher. Your job is to communicate to us on this. So I appreciate what you just said. It's just not an acceptable answer on the standard that you're being held to as a communication.
Thank you, Trustee Bona. Vice President Eno, any other comments or questions? Okay. Vice President Henderson.
I will not further wound a dying horse. I was also not excited about entering into this contract. What I did not hear when we went into the contract was how you would support the colleges, not just listen to what they said they wanted to do, but how you would support them and guide them into making sure that they were marketing effectively. The other thing is you spent about 5 minutes telling us about ourselves. So it would be nice if within the next week or so, you could present the information regarding the money spent, because I'll speak for myself, that's where my main concern is. And also some of the data based off of the information that you've provided to the colleges regarding the engagement and the clicks, because in the initial proposal to us, what you all stated was offered was that you would be able to follow engagement and be able to advise the college presidents as to what engagement types were working the best. And we got none of that data. So again, I will not cripple the horse any further, but I would like for us to see that information further versus the pretty things that you did. We want to see the effects of these pretty.
Yeah, certainly. And we do have.
Thank you for the presentation.
Certainly.
It looks like you've spent a lot of money. But we would like to see the results. Thank you.
Happy to
All
provide
right.
that.
Well, thank you so much. And
thing.
thank you to you and your team for being here today. Really appreciate you guys coming out in person, and thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So next, we are going to recess into the committee of the whole. So I'm going to pass over the gavel to our wonderful, wonderful Vice President Henderson, who will begin the committee of the whole presentation. Vice President Henderson, here you go.
Thank you so much. The committee of the whole meeting will come to order. Lupe, can we have a roll call, please?
Trustee Buona,
Oh, yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Here.
Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Hoffman,
Here.
Trustee Eno.
Here.
Trustee Vella,
Here.
and Trustee Vettis, not present. Student Trustee Callahan.
Here.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone signed up to address the board regarding committee of the whole agenda items?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. So joining us today, we have our esteemed Dr. Ruben Smith, our Chief Facilities Executive, to present the LACCD housing assessments, options, and next steps. Dr. Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you and good afternoon. I will run through the presentation. Please feel free to ask questions. I think it's a discussion and opportunity for us to engage. This is a housing assessment. We're talking about options and next steps. If we can go to the next slide. Just real briefly, I just want to recap that we do have housing and real estate acquisition included in our Measure LA bond that was passed in November. And you also see the other um, pillars of success towards developing our future listed there as well. Next slide. So some of the studies that we did, let me remind you that our studies for student housing did start in 2017. Last year, we did a really strong facilities assessment, and we also looked at additional deeper dives into student housing. And then looking at our studies, we engaged with the demand study with the students last year, as well as our workforce development housing. We did engage with our employees as well. Next slide. So this is a slide of our thought partners. And as we were developing this and looking at how we could be successful, ensuring long-term success, and building on the models that we've seen across the state. We know we needed legal support. We know we needed, we're looking at real estate, polling and evaluations, and then planning, really strong planning to ensure that we're not making errors that other community colleges have made, and then building on opportunities for the best affordability model. Next slide. So this is just a list of things that we did. We did do the college outreach. We did an environmental scan, and then we also looked at housing policy and procedures development. That's in draft, very close to completion there. And then I did mention our legal support outside third-party entity, Shepherd Mullen, worked very closely with outside counsel to develop those documents, and we're looking to revise and finalize real soon here. Next slide. So I did talk about the housing policy. These are the pillars that we focused on in developing this policy. We knew we needed innovation. We know we're looking at piloting. Where's going to be our first site? If we don't like the word piloting, I know that that's a source of contention for some. But as looking at our first site and then funding, we want to make sure that we're protecting the general fund. What's the financial model that's going to lead us to long-term success? Because we do have a subsidy model that is not traditional. We are also looking at affordability standards that do not equate to what HUD affordability standards are, much lower. And so that's something that we looked at as a part of the policy in this development. And we also looked at metrics to success. Next slide, please. So as an engineer by nature, I'm driven by data. So we did want to focus on data. And I want to just highlight a couple of the items as prioritizing the financial hygiene. I had to say that, or else Vice Chancellor Gordon would probably kick me, to make sure that we're not going to put the district in any risk. I think that we've done a great job over the years of ensuring that we're prepared and we have contingency plans to make sure we don't risk any of those issues. And we don't want to do that by developing or being aspirational with our housing. And so that's why we set the bar for innovation and excellence, and it's supporting the whole student. One of the things that is important is to recognize that we can provide housing, but there's additional support and services, and that's where that partnership piece comes in. That's where we have to look at ensuring that we're bringing in the right partnerships to support the student outside of what we can do as an educational institution. Next slide. So this is not a traditional P3. And I'll further explain that because P3s capitalize on financial support. We don't need the financial support. We don't need to leverage that. And so I think we have more control over the design and we have control over spending. And so we can build the model the way we want it. So that's, and then those partnerships that I talked about come forth with a P4, P5 model. So this will not be a traditional P3. It'll be closer to the wheelhouse we're accustomed to around a design build approach. Next slide, please. So what did we learn? Next slide. This is what our students told us. This is what they could afford. You could see $400 to $500 a month. That is not only is that a challenge and a struggle to find the right model to ensure that we can do that, but what does $400 to $500 a month still mean to a student that has to work? Can they still participate in classes at a full-time level? Where do they work? What's their commute to work? Are we looking at the amenities in the area that we build housing to make sure that the student can be successful? If they have dependents, what does that mean? What does that model look like? So we looked at that and as a part of this development, potential development. Next slide. Our workforce, we heard similar things. We're looking at the affordability rate is well below what the HUD standards are as well. And we're looking at $1,100 a month as affordability. So that's something that we're looking to develop. They will take two separate models because housing workforce development, I won't say it's an easy model, but it's simpler to achieve than what I believe that the student housing model will be. And I can expand on that further later. Next slide. Basically, in conclusion, what we've learned is we've learned what could be affordable, what the affordability rate is to our students, what we know what we have as a challenge and where we need to go. Can we achieve that $400 to $500 a range for students? Can we achieve that $1,150 a range for our employees? What are the opportunities for us to do that? And then can we sustain that long term? Because once you have a development, I'm looking at the total cost of ownership. So what does that mean? Can we ensure that we're prepared for the first overhaul on major equipment? Can we prepare for future improvements that are necessary? Can we prepare for an issue with infrastructure down the road? So those are all things that we're looking at, and then operating, maintaining on an ongoing basis. Next slide. These are quotes that we heard from our students. Next slide. Core objective to address housing insecurity. So looking at a design, build, operate, maintain approach. I think that we're well-versed and have a lot of experience with design build. So I'm very comfortable with that model. The operate and maintain requires the design build entity to have some new partners. But there's partners out there who have experience doing this. I'm familiar with some of those partners. We know that the entities that may want to participate with us can do this. This is possible. We want to address the affordability issue to ensure that we're not just backing into it. I want to make sure that we're looking at affordability rates that don't 100% for us to maintain rely on rents, because the rents are so low. That's probably going to trigger ensuring vacancy rates are also very low. And so we have to look at ensuring that there's an opportunity to look for maximum fill. Unfortunately, with P3s, those vacancy requirements are very high. And what you've probably heard and seen in other districts is that's where you see the leverage on the general fund to cover those costs. We don't need to do that. We're going to ensure that we develop this looking at a development that considers something different. For example, mixed use. So we want to actually have partners that we can generate revenue with in the same structure that we're going to provide housing to reduce that burden, to ensure longevity and long-term usage of the facility, preparing for overhaul. That'll actually help with our total cost of maintenance. So we look at those revenue opportunities. We're looking at long-term leases. We can also look at partnerships within that housing development that actually build on existing relationships that we have. And so there's a little more to come on that as well. Location. Location is critical. We want to make sure that I'm still assessing on campus versus off campus. Contiguous is probably more preferential, but we have one or two sites where on campus is reasonable and achievable. So it's not a one size fits all for every single campus. And then we're also looking at universal housing opportunities because we have university partnerships, right? Let's build on some of those partnerships that we have an opportunity to transition our students from our housing into their housing at a university. That's how you keep them moving. And so when we have vacancy issues or challenges, that's also an opportunity for us to help universities where we have a vacancy issue. We can say, well, we have availability. If you have overflow, come use our sites. And then that's revenue for us again. We also need to address food insecurities, mental health. I think that that's the public-to-public partnership piece that we should consider. And it gives us an opportunity to help the whole student with social services being provided by the county. Next slide, please. So this is the structure I looked at for design, build, operate, and maintain. You can see that we have our own funding. You're going to have a designer, you're going to have a builder, and you have the operate and maintain piece. Now, how we roll this out is not going to be the challenge for us, but ensuring that the model works is the challenge for us. So we can do this. This is not the problem. This is not the holdup. It's just building the model that's right. Because if we do it the first time, I think this will be the model the rest of the state follows. Next slide. This is an example of housing configuration. So this is important because the next couple of slides, you'll see why I want to do this. It's critical for us to make sure that we're offering a variety of models that work for our students. So you have a 2x2, you have a 4x2, you kind of have that more traditional dormitory, but our students have shared with us that they need more than that. And Trustee Hoffman is, consistently reminded me of the models that we need that are outside of this model. So I want to make sure that we did identify studio opportunities. Those who have dependents, you have 1 bedrooms, those as well. You have the 2-bedroom, 2-bath opportunity. So we're looking at these models in a way, though, that not every development needs to be unique. I think that we can standardize and we can build and make changes based on the configuration for efficiency, because we don't need to redesign every time. Let's shrink that design timeframe down as much as possible to get this built. Next slide. This is just the square footages of what those example configurations would look like. Next slide. This is a field at compliance, and this is a little bit of why I think that we can save time and effort. I am recommending that any development that we consider for housing for students be a development that is field at compliant. We're gonna build not like a P3 where it's a 25-year building. We're looking at 40 to 50-year buildings. There may be an opportunity with assembly space in our mixed-use development. We may be able to use those rooms for other things. But if we don't do it as a field at compliant building, we can't take beneficial use to teach. We can't have meetings there. We can't bring students in. So, that's going to be an issue for us if we don't do this right up front. So I want to make sure that we consider that, do that up front. And this model gives us an opportunity for DSA pre-check. If we design it right the first time, and we're just basically changing non-structural walls based on a build out, that's a DSA pre-check where we can basically have 3 or 4 different models. Architects can go to town with the facade. They can make it look as beautiful as they want on the outside, but I think a box is a box, and we need to really focus on this development being a box to house students, and getting the development done as quick as possible is what's critical here, and not taking the long time for design that would need to be. So that's one of the things that I think is critical and will definitely give us the efficiency on building. Next slide. So these are some of the next steps. Again, not a P3. I think that this is something that it's important for us to finalize our first development location. Looking at the demand assessment for bed count and housing configuration models. That way we can develop our affordability model. Then we need to negotiate some possible MOUs. Here's examples, like I said, university housing partners, social service. We also look at our donors as potential partners as we move forward. Next slide. There's a few more next steps I want to cover. If we can, next slide, please. Thank you. We're going to continue with the state-funded feasibility studies. And then regardless of what the state does, I think we can control our own destiny because we're not asking the state for funding. And there's an opportunity for us to really consider leveraging 0% financing where we want to, where we can. So I think that is something that we can continue to do. So we'll continue with those feasibility studies. There is some requirements and some limitations to the state's funding. But right now we haven't run into any major issues there. We need to complete a risk assessment, again, total cost of ownership assessment, and then recommending convening an implementation planning team. It's going to go beyond what my team can do. We can build this, but the operation and maintain piece is definitely going to require some additional partners and leveraging the expertise of the business services office, because there are going to be some long-term leases, and leveraging the partnerships that the existing colleges have at their sites, and looking at partners that can actually occupy the building. So there's additional partners there outside of just building this. There's some things we need to do. And then, ultimately we want to release an RFP for this model for a design, build, operate, maintain agreement. Next slide. This is just an update. It's pretty much similar to what we can do on workforce housing. Workforce housing is not as a complicated model. It's one of the things that we can do is we can look at potentially buying a site and rehabbing a site, or we can look at building. There's, buying a site and looking at a test case that's simple. We basically go out and buy a certain number of units. We try it and we see if we can occupy it. We negotiate a deal with our unions. And then there's an opportunity to say, well, let's see what it looks like. If it works, great. We can go larger or we can stay the same. If it doesn't work, we've improved the asset. I can offload it, and then we probably generate a little bit of money on that sale. So that's not too difficult to do. Next slide. This is what's ongoing with regards to our assessments. And I believe there's only one or two more slides. Next slide. Questions, comments? That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. That was very thorough. Why don't we go ahead and start on my right this time? So let's start with student trustee Callahan.
I'm still developing some questions, so I'll pass it off to Trustee Bona, and then we can loop back around to me.
Okay.
We are just lucky to have you, Dr. Smith. I think your presentation is absolutely spot on. You really listened, and I at least appreciate that.
Thank you.
We just need you here for another 15 to 20 years. You know, I just want to know where I can vote on this yes. So that's my comment, statement, and that's how good this presentation is.
Thank you.
Are you Trustee Bona, Vice President Eno?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It was really good and comprehensive.
Thank you.
I think for me, in addition to us looking at how we're gonna do the building, from a capacity standpoint of personnel wise, how do we sustain that? Our presidents will, their ability to manage, right? The staffing to have residential life as a component, as well as our security system. Currently, we have a contract with the sheriffs, and I don't know how prepared they would also be in order to take on residential life 24/7 student population.
Yes.
So I know you're the facility building side, but I think, we also need to have real serious conversations with our staff on all of that, because that'll be a huge thing. And just, looking forward into the future, right? Like if our enrollment is not sustainable, the traditional path, right? What is that? What do our student residents look like? Also, I guess from also like a student services perspective, what are the contingency rules and regulations for students to be living in our housing?
Yes.
Right? We'd need to set academic goals,
Yes.
transitions. So I like the partnership stuff a lot
Appreciate
too.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you. One of the, some of the successful models do include security and on-site residential life staffing built into the model. That's something we'll study, but that's definitely a part of the implementation team that we need to bring together. So thank you for that comment.
Thank you, Vice President Eno. Vice President Henderson?
I want to ditto Trustee Buona.
Thank you.
And also share the concerns, that Trustee Eno just brought up. But I love the plan and the contingencies that you have considered, the opportunity for us to have a value add. The benefit is to support students, but we know that the majority of our students that would be utilizing this housing is still a financial burden to some degree. And we need to have ways to offset that so that we can continue to do it, and this can be sustainable. So I appreciate that you've taken all of that into consideration, and this is a lovely starting point in terms of discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Hoffman.
Thank you, President Vela. Thank you, Dr. Smith. So I do have a few questions, and they are mostly around how do we get to next steps. So some of my concerns are especially how do students qualify? You mentioned something about being full-time in 12 units. That's my problem with all the plans with the state, is they never consider part-time students, and part-time students are usually the ones that experience homelessness and housing insecurity more than full-time students. Again, considering dependents, obviously we're not going to rely on any state subsidies, and that helps because the state won't pay for beds for dependents. And then how if a student is paying $500 or $600 a month, how are they being subsidized? Are we doing a mix of workforce housing, market rate, and student housing. And so I think we need to have those discussions because I don't see how this is sustainable long term. If the rents, I don't see how a developer or anyone makes money. And obviously, let's be honest here. If for someone to want to build, they want to make money, and I don't know how they do that when it's all affordable housing. So I want to talk about the mix of who would be occupying the housing, and then when you talk about mixed use in terms of having like retail, right?
Yes.
Retail requires parking spots. And so then you got to deal with the parking for the students, the parking for the retailers, the customers. And if that's on a college campus, does that, is that an issue? I just want to like raise these questions. And then pets and all the other things.
Yes.
So I would like to be in on the conversations when we make a decision of location, because I don't know what we have in mind for our first pilot project, as you put it, and talk about all these other things. I really want to make sure that part-time students are included in the mix of like who can qualify.
No, that's a great comment. One of the things I looked at for part-time students, and it was a part of the mixed use vision, is looking. You're right about the full-time student. 9 units is a lot. Not even 6, but 9 units is a lot.
Yeah.
And when you work, typically the students have to commute to work, right? And so where they're commuting, that was, transportation is critical there. Number 2 is with our opportunities for mixed use, can we give students jobs on site so they don't have to commute? Because if you can cut their commute down and you give them 2 extra hours in a day, can they take 1 more class? So those are things that, I'm thinking about and how we do that. The opportunity here is special when you mentioned for developers. Since we have a bond, the developers will make money based on building it for us. So we don't have a negative deficit there. But the ongoing maintenance is the piece that does create the challenge. But it gives us that ability to not have to go market rate at all. And that's the model I'm trying to build, is if we can get enough units in one, can we have that return to where we can develop this at an affordability rate? Maybe it's a HUD affordability rate and then a subsidized even lower than that. But I'm not looking at market rate developments at all at this point.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that we're not going to be in the business of being landlords. So that's the other piece of it, like
Yes.
we have to contract that out to somebody else.
Yes, 100%. That's the operate and maintain piece. I'm with you. I don't want to be in the business of landlording either.
What site are you looking at as a first project?
Well, we're looking at sites potentially that are contiguous. For example, LACD College has on Vermont is a really nice special setup, right? If you look at something at Trade Tech with the property in the area, that's an opportunity for us that's very close to us with the properties that are for sale or developers, looking at to do something. So those are a couple of examples that we can do something that doesn't have an impact on the site for parking. What was important in our first 3 bond measures, we built a lot of parking. And to take that away would be counterproductive. So I recognize what AAA and J did, where we saw that there was a parking burden. So definitely conversation about a recommendation on site. So I will take the recommendation of the chancellor and the board on how to progress with that discussion. Because it can go well. We can only study so much, but we will have to make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Hoffman, Trustee Hernandez.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I have just a few questions and then some comments, but
Yes.
overall, I'm just so excited about this. I'm ready to get the ball rolling. I echo Trustee Buona's comments completely.
Thank you.
So you, on one of those slides, you said that, is that master concessionaire agreement for 40 years? That's the O&M, right? Operation and maintenance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're on the hook to figure out how we fund that O&M for 40 years.
Yes, we're on the hook to figure that out. Yes.
And then can the O&M be bond dollars?
No, so we can, that's the piece that we're going to have to develop
Right.
as an implementation team,
Totally.
is to basically make that transition. But I want to make sure that that's already in play before I even.
And that's
put
what I
it
thought.
on
I
Clear
just
Street.
wanted to clarify that. does DSA have housing standards?
DSA does not have standards. We have the option to go through DSA or city, county. So it's not required. And so the state chancellor's office said it's not required. You have the option to do either or. But I've been in discussion with DSA for over a year, and I'm also advocating for I'm talking to Department of General Services to advocate for more plan checkers for DSA, only dedicated to housing. Because if we don't do that, they slow down all of our other work on our bond program.
Yeah,
So
you read my mind on that.
yeah.
I want to make sure that we're getting the most streamlined. Time is money in
Yes.
construction. And so I
Yes.
want to make sure we're getting the most streamlined process. And if they don't even have standards set up,
Yeah.
I don't want to add 25% to the project costs because we're going through DSA when we could maybe have a faster model. So just something to think about. I mean, I just want to make sure that there's not that unnecessary delay.
Yeah.
And like you said, I was going to ask you, how do we ensure we have that quick turnaround? So
Yeah.
that's definitely something that we probably should think about.
Mhm.
Like I said, I'm really excited. Like this work's deeply personal to me. I have, like a lot of people probably in this room, I have students whose educational trajectories
Yeah.
have been affected by homelessness and housing insecurity. We are going through a housing crisis and homelessness crisis and affordability crisis in this city. And we're kidding ourselves if we don't think that that applies to the district as well. So I think this is so incredibly important. And I think really most importantly, the size and strength of this district is really this amazing opportunity that I believe we have to be the forefront on this issue nationwide. This is something that none of our colleges could do on their own, let alone any other community college
Yes.
community in this country. We are so big. We really have just this amazing opportunity if we do it right. And we have a really good opportunity to learn from the very hard lessons that the city and the county have already gone through on their housing bonds and what happens when things don't go right with like Measure HHH. So I just really want to make sure that we're spending taxpayer money the right way. I can tell you success does not look like an LA Times article after all these projects are built that say we built housing for over $600,000 a unit, and that will happen. Those articles will be written if we don't do this the right way. And so I want to put it on the record, and I want to make, to hold my own self accountable that I think, like you said, our financial and fiscal hygiene have to be like at the very, very forefront of this work. And that means being really, really hard nosed on like how the RFP is structured, how these projects are structured.
Yes.
We've got to have mixed use housing with ground floor retail, commercial space in the right location where that's possible.
Yes.
So that our revenues can offset a 40-year O&M concessionaire agreement. That, like you said, that is going to be the hardest thing to figure out. We cannot use general fund dollars for these projects. And so I'm really excited. That's why I asked though.
Yeah.
That includes soft and hard costs. So that's why I asked about DSA.
Yes.
Is that we just have to be super vigilant about making sure that we are constructing these projects, even with bond money, that's already there.
Yeah.
With like the least amount of dollars that we can. So that being said,
Yes.
I'm super excited. I would like, I don't know, I'm new here. So, how we approve that housing policy, I would like, I know that committee of the whole, we can't necessarily do that today, but if we can do that next meeting, that's what I would like to propose so that we can get the ball rolling on a potential RFP for.
Absolutely, well noted.
Put it on the agenda if we do it.
So I think that question is more for, not right now.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, you're talking about right now? I'm sorry.
Yeah, could we? Is there any?
No. You mean, well, I don't know. General counsel's saying no, but
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
okay. All right. Well, thank you for your enthusiasm. I appreciate it.
Next meeting.
Okay, all right. Any other questions, trustee?
Excited, as you can tell.
No, absolutely.
Thoughts.
Thank you so much. Okay, trustee Vettis.
There's a lot of conversations we've been having over the past year on this, and obviously, there's lots of motivation up here at the dais to move fast and to move aggressive. And all those things I think are important to put into context as well. I just want to raise a few points. One, obviously, some of us who get a chance to do some work in our day jobs watch this housing education worker conversation that's happening on a statewide basis. You know, I think I just got an email yesterday morning, for example, from UC workers that are trying to tie wages to access to housing, workforce housing. You know, I think we've put it on the table, and I think we've had a lot of informal conversations with our labor partners, but I'm just out of curiosity, how have we engaged this question of workforce housing in our CBAs? No, has there been a desire, like, I'm not just gonna say because AFT's done it, AFSCME 3299 has done it for UC workers. Is this a conversation point to be, because it would set up the formalized relationship with our workforce. And I don't think we've done that. So I wonder if I'm just gonna put it on the table, that as we open up our CBAs, we have a couple on today's agenda, and we've certainly opened it in the past, that we can have it be part of a more formalized conversation. So we're not engaging in the workforce piece without having a formalized structure with our workforce. So just put that on the table. And if people don't think that's of value, I'm just pointing out that other education worker representatives are doing it now at a statewide basis, and at least want to have the dialogue before moving forward. So there's that point. The other thing too is I think as we look at the need, I think we can sort of comprise a student need of 58,000.
Yeah.
Right, which is in one sense like building a city. And you know, it probably demonstrates more the challenges that exist inside of the city of Los Angeles and Monterey Park and Culver City and unincorporated Los Angeles that we overlap with, as much as it does a desire to, you know, provide housing on our campuses. You know, I think student housing is not a new thing. It's existed for probably since the advent of these higher education institutions. That model, and even looking at the model that I lived in as a student in dorming, was a 10-month, 11-month model with the expectation that you're leaving after a period of time. I don't think we can have that expectation.
No.
Exactly. I think we have to really challenge ourselves to look at stuff like universal student housing.
Yep.
You know, if they start with, and I'll use this as an example, if they start with Mission College and transfer to Cal State Northridge, that we may have to create a formula and a structure that is not so disruptive in the fact that people have to get up and move and be pushed out. And every 10 months, I just remember like moving out day at UCLA, which is like all kinds of piled stuff and a big rush to get everybody out that weekend. You have a move out weekend.
Right.
I don't think we have a move out weekend scenario that we should be considering in our process. And so I think we have to like look at it in a different scale. I mean, I think if we have that situation here, it'll feel like eviction
Yeah.
more than it'll feel like move out weekend. And so I don't have a solution to that, but it is something that in our dialogue and our conversation, we have to consider. And some of that's that parent life, some of that's that sort of extended family life. I think the models you presented are good ones in terms of the housing unit, because it sort of adapts to the fact and to understand that this is not somebody showing up here for 10 months to attend classes. This is somebody who's struggling with a basic need cost that's impacting their ability to succeed as students. And so, but in the policy, and I know somebody mentioned improving the policy, like I haven't seen the policy. I think this is an overview, right, of the policy, but I would hope that inside of that policy that we don't view it as a 10-month endeavor, that we view it as something that's structurally, you know, supportive, and that we can find methods. I've understood that even in Measure ULA, and I know there's some court challenges going through that process, there was some willingness to work with us to understand that the fact that the housing question and need that we have is not, like I said, a temporary one, but it is essentially where somebody's going to live for 2 and 3 years, potentially more. But at the same time, like I said, when you're you're done with your stay here, how many other students are in line that may
Yes.
need this space? And those are all the sort of policy points that I hope that we have some conversation about, because it's essentially, we're making a contract with the public, a contract with the student. And as soon as they're no longer our student here, what happens to the ones in line and weighing out the needs of those that are in the housing that's absolutely necessary for the region. So I don't have a great answer to that, but I wanted to raise that as part of something that the housing policy should predict as an issue. And again, just getting to this basic format of not eviction, but, transition, or maybe transition is not in the best way to think about that. The last 2 points I wanted to raise, and these are more questions. I think there's a couple of comments about security. I just want to actually deal with activation of the campus. We can go through periods on our campuses that are pretty dead. And so I've always debated like placing on campus with being part of a neighborhood and an experience where, because we may not be doing housing only if it's just on campus, because there's food, there's entertainment, there's life, there's
amenities,
other kinds of amenities that should be present and occupying an activated space, or else you're going to create, are we going to exacerbate mental fatigue and some depression issues by the fact that we're kind of in a desert for some of these campuses, especially off session. But if it's viewed as like sort of a mixed opportunity, mixed use, I think that feels like it'd be a smarter approach. And it may actually lend itself a little bit more to, some of the campuses that have very lively experience right outside, right on the boulevards, that we can sort of be more forward facing rather than sort of isolated. So, and then I guess the last one I'll leave is facility master plans. They're all standing, they're all approved. We do these things on campus. We have to open those facility master plans, I imagine, at some point. I would take that parking question, if we're going to put housing on campus, the parking question is going to change, because we built and designed most of these facility master plans to be sort of for a community-oriented campus. We have some public transportation. I'm assuming we're probably going to tell students or whoever lives in the housing on campus, they should be able to have this is how they can have a car per se, as opposed to you can't have a car at all. Although we want to go as carless as we can and have all kinds of alternate modes, but how are we thinking that parking gets impacted? And I want to use this as an example, because I'm going to go to my roots, working in city life before higher education here. But Mission College was a terribly difficult place to have any meetings until a parking structure was done. Partially, all the parking burden went into the local community. And as soon as we took it out of the local community, for the most part, the campus could probably do whatever they needed without a sizable yelling experience, because you've impacted your next door neighbor. But we have varying degrees of parking. I think we have a lot of parking right now. And it's clearly visible, considering the fact that we still have quite a bit of remote learning that takes place, but we have whole towers that are like 20% occupied right now, and a lot of surface lots that are clearly like there. And so I know as we're looking at stuff, we can see a big empty lot and say we can do something else. But the reality is that those things are tagged to some kind of document that has some theory of parking, right?
So you're right. Parking is something to consider. One of the things we know, student is a student, so we're gonna, whatever their mode of transportation is going to be the same. So I think the parking challenge is actually not as difficult, because a lot of the ordinance is changing for housing developments where you need less cars, because we're in a sustainable environment, right? So we're looking at less cars. So I'm looking at parking more or less for our partners as a part of that mixed use. And so we can incentivize that. The less spaces you use, or we can, consider them for offsite. remote type parking. We can offer them other opportunities where we have, if it's a campus where we think parking will be a burden, and typically our parking burden is only the first 3 weeks of every term, right? So we can look at that and saying, hey, you can park remotely for first 3 weeks of every session or carpool or do whatever. We can actually build that into whatever we want as a partner, and saying with those long-term leases, this is what you're going to have to give up parking for the 3 weeks of every term. So I don't think it's going to be as a big of a challenge that it could be, because we built so much parking under AA, A, and J. So I think we're there, but I'll continue to monitor that as we look at this development, depending on the size and location.
Thank you, Trustee Vettis. Yeah, I think for me, I don't have many questions, except I think what I'd like to see is, you know, bringing something to us for approval that does two things. One is identify a population at, you know, whatever pilot college we do, whatever, that could, you know, potentially be a source of revenue. For example, emancipated youth, foster care, who have a built-in, you know, the county is able to give them some dollars for textbooks, for, and I actually, when I worked at the county, implemented that program where we gave emancipated youth a laptop as well as other resources. And it was really effective because once those foster care students or students who are in actually, I hate to use this word, but are in the facilities where, you know, the orphanages, you know, they're only able to stay there for a certain amount of time, and that's where you know, the safety net of these students. We also mentioned in the past, you know, single women and working women who single mothers. You know, we've mentioned in the past those communities like disabled veterans and veterans, and you know, if we could take a good look at each college and those populations and what they have, and if we could, you know, kind of fold in those special needs populations in our, you know, first 2 or 3 pilots at our colleges would be, you know, would be fantastic. And then I think what I'd like to see is when you're ready, you know, bring us that proof that it's going to be sustainable.
Yep.
With whatever we're leveraging. If we're leveraging our land, if we're leveraging dollars that, you know, dollars we are funneling in through the state that are allocated for certain projects. I'd like to see so that, you know, our communities, our college presidents, our trustees, our students are, you know, feel very secure that this is a self-sustainable financial, you know, project, right? And I think those, as you mentioned, the DBOM model, and I know there's other ways to do that. And you know, we're now using financial sustainability, and then obviously we still want to think about sustainability on the green side, which is interesting.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Because I thought I had given you the allotment, but I realized you yielded it to Trustee Wellness, so I apologize, Student Trustee Callahan. So that's it. I'm done with my comments. Trustee Callahan.
Yeah, so the points that, or the main points that I wanted to go over were actually mostly covered by you, Vela, and Trustee Veras. I think literally all of my points were covered by you, Trustee Veras, so thank you. I just wanted to put a little more emphasis on, I guess, the intersection of students, because there is you have the pie charts of the preferred monthly rent for employees, part-time and full-time, and then you have that for students. But there's no real distribution between classified and full-time, which I would like to see that information if that's possible, or if have that be like a focus for the future data that you guys do on this. And then the intersection between students and employees, because a lot of our students are part-time students, are also employees of the district. So would they be subjected to part-time student rent, or would they be subjected to part-time employee rent, which is much higher? So that's another thing to account for. And then the other thing is on accountability. So obviously for the sites that we are going to be purchasing, we're not going to be managing them ourselves. So we'll be having different contractors do that for us. But there's also the question of, I guess, like the regulation of their programs, which coming from a student who has been in student housing for 2.5 years by this point, there's I'll say there's a level of accountability for a lot of these programs that isn't really present. So when students are in these programs, they may interact with one type of student or another type of student, and it makes the experience a little bit harder for some people than others. I've had times where I've had to I would have to stand up for another housemate because the other people in the program weren't as compatible
Yes.
with them. So that would cause problems. And then when we would bring it up to the people who are managing the sites, they wouldn't necessarily do anything about that. Then regardless of how many times I brought it up to them or advocate for it. So there's that sense of, obviously, we're not fully in charge of like their, rules and regulations, but there has to be some kind of enforcement on how students are treated and how much actual influence they have on like the housing situation that they're in. And then again, on the point of, I guess, transitioner, the one of the points that Trustee Veras made, this is transitional housing. So the students who are going to be in these programs are only going to be in them as long as they're in the district. So when they're heading out, how are we preparing these students to provide for themselves if they have families? How are they providing for their families? Students who are maybe system impacted or formerly incarcerated, maybe they don't have the background or same capabilities as other students that once they're heading out, they can get the same kind of housing or things that they need. How do we prepare students in their time in the program to be able to provide for themselves after the fact? So in that sense, obviously, this is still a work in progress. We're still working on this, but I just wanted to put an emphasis on that level of accountability from the district, making sure that while these students are in the program, and after they move on, they're on the right track to succeed and provide for themselves the way we want them to.
Yeah.
Just adding that.
No, I appreciate those comments, Student Trustee Callahan. Accountability is critical. I have 2 kids who stay in dormitory housing right now, and they share with me some of the similar challenges in that accountability piece and what their universities are doing to ensure compatibility and support for students. Beyond just not someone who needs that has wants mental wellness, but just students who just struggle with compatibility and how we support that whole student. So that was a part of the whole student support that I referenced. I've looked at the housing at 4 institutions that are community colleges and what they do, how they do it. There's, I look at, the student resident assistants, they're critical to ensuring that they're on the floors. Those RAs, can handle a lot, and we ask a lot of them at those institutions. And I think that we have a similar model here. So I've made notes of your points, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And any more questions? Trustee Boland?
With regard to your presentation, and maybe I missed it, do you have the role of philanthropy, also the federal and the state government giving us grants to do this in your current model? I have a follow-up to that.
So yes, the philanthropy I do have included as a part of the P4, P5. Those are MOUs that I think that we can negotiate. They may be different for each development. As far as the federal government, I haven't looked at counting anything from the federal government at all yet, because there's a lot of unknowns with that one. And I think that if we build from there, whatever we get for the federal government could be gravy or whipped cream, depending on if you like dessert or chicken.
So the reason I'm asking about philanthropy is that we've, in the last 5.5 years that I've been here, our philanthropy has been stagnant with regard to growth. I know we've gotten grants and we're doing great stuff, but in terms of understanding its role,
Yes.
so the foundation would really have to be a partner in
Absolutely.
developing this is part of their strategic plan and operationalizing that plan in order for the implementation to occur. Correct or incorrect?
Well, yes, that could be one model. I think you are correct. I don't think there's one right answer there because I looked at philanthropy as job readiness support, offering opportunities for students to get jobs, preparing them to transition out. So it may be more support, not necessarily monetarily all the time. I think we can have that endeavor where you can have a donor say, hey, I want to house 10 students this year or next year or whatever that is. I think that we have multiple approaches with philanthropy. And so that's kind of yet to be written.
Thank you, Rama.
Can I ask are you chairing right now?
Yeah, I was just gonna call on, ask if there were any additional questions.
Yeah, just one more. Thank you, Vice President Henderson. I know that there are some projects that are well underway and maybe even almost completed. Napa is building, Santa Rosa. I know those are different. They're not funded in the same way.
Right.
But I'm wondering if it would make sense for us to take even like a small field trip to sort of look at some of the different models and talk about some of their challenges and how students qualify and what their experiences have been. That might be, I know you're looking at me like,
Yeah.
I don't
can do
know.
that. No, honestly.
I think it's a good idea.
Orange Coast College does tours a lot and
Yeah,
they're
I'm not
probably
so-
tired of seeing me.
Yeah, I'm not so interested in the Orange Coast
But if you
model,
want to
but-
look at the other models, we can look at those. I caution with the P3 models. And the reason why I caution with the P3 models is those are 25-year buildings. So the quality of construction is different. Not that it's not acceptable, not that it's not compliant, but there's just certain things that we saw that create distractions that we think that we could build better. We think that we can ensure, the long-term usage of a building compared to a P3. We can be pretty hard on a building. So I don't see student housing being any worse. So I think that, looking at those models, I just caution, if it's similar to what we have at OCC, I don't see it being much different. But I'm open to seeing. I have the plans for Napa. I have the plans for Santa Rosa. They're the same developer as OCC, so it's really not a big departure from that. But I'm open to visiting those if they haven't been turned over yet.
Yeah, I think I'm more curious about like the student experience, the
Yeah,
staff
yeah.
experience, all of that, just to see how it integrates with the campus community.
Yeah, that would be good to hear as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. Trustee Hernandez?
Yeah, so I think everyone brought up so many great points and, as you know, a lot of housing, a lot of it is going to be on a case by case basis. Like,
Yes.
what a project near city is going to be very different than a project near,
Mhm, mhm.
a lot of these things depend on, what gets underway.
Yes.
But in terms of the housing policy, the overarching housing policy, which I think we need to approve before we get underway with a specific project, how do we make sure that this gets agendized for the next meeting so that we can approve that housing project or housing policy, excuse me?
As one of the first steps, we have brought this to at least initial review at FEMPOC. That's probably a good first step.
But didn't we just see this at the committee of the whole? So can't we just bring this to the board? Because I thought we were circling around our committees so that we all could be here to hear this. So
That is true, but if you want to have that other view, I mean, it's at the will of the board if you want to
I
do
don't
that or
think we
not.
need to see another view.
It's at the discretion of the board. The board can either have it vetted first through FEMPOC or request that it be agendized for action at the next board meeting. This is a little different than your typical board policies. It's a policy for housing, so it's completely at the discretion of the board how you'd like to proceed.
I'd like to
Board meeting.
request that we do it at the next board meeting.
Good. So, yeah, Trustee Vettis?
Question, I know we've had a number of meetings, probably some on this board have been more engaged in specific details of the policy development, and we've had an outside counsel assisting us. Where have been, partially because workforce element maybe part of them. I mean, where's our thought partners and campus partners on this?
So we've
Or have
taken-
they, let me ask it in a different way. have they had a chance to sort of
Yes.
opine and provide feedback?
Only the presidents.
Only
So
the
we-
presidents?
Yes.
I mean, I'm okay with it coming to the full agenda, but I think it would be helpful for us to hear. So perhaps there's a specific way, time presentation, and they want to be prepared to offer comments to us whenever we have this agenda. I don't think we need to go through FIMPOC or an ad hoc committee or whatever, just bring it to an agenda session, but I think it would be important just because it's been like I said, it's happened from an outside council sort of construction, but orienting, and we've had meetings, so I think people have been watching it, but now there's sort of details to observe and view in a policy. And so I don't know if we've posted it or circulated it, but I would say that we do, it probably should be more than 72 hours as we adopt it. So maybe it can be sort of released in an early format, and then whether it's the next meeting, which is a month away, or whatever that timetable that's reasonable. And if it's in a format that can be shared like immediately, I think we should just specifically ask for a formal comment and period before we come back for an approval.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Trustee Hoffman?
Can you also bring us some assurances that it's not going to hit the general fund at some point, and that it's all being, I know bond proceeds are bond funding is building the structure. But I'm very worried about moving forward with maintenance and operations and rent subsidies, that at some point it's going to hit the general fund, and then our colleges are really going to be in some trouble.
Yeah, what my thought is if we develop the total cost of ownership and we know what that is upfront, we know that the first 6-8 years, most of those rents will go into a contingency. So it's basically saving up for a repair. So you won't necessarily have a lot of those high dollar items hit in the first 8 to 10 years. You plan for the long-term issues. So I think that once the first day of rent, that actually, for both the mixed use and the housing will give us that opportunity. So that total cost of ownership built in with what we're going to do when we study our risk, that'll show that it will not affect the general fund. That's the plan, is to say, this is what we're anticipating as revenue. The revenue will be dedicated to funding this housing ongoing maintenance and operations piece for long term. So I will present
Vice
that.
President Henderson.
I was going to ask a follow-up. That's okay.
Perhaps we can have that sort of, that question be put, I don't know how you put this into the housing policy, but you put that in for all these individual projects, because I know that whether or not a project pencils out is something that you can address, but perhaps whether or not an entire housing policy pencils
Oh, it's in our
out might be a
policy.
little bit difficult.
Yeah, it's we have that in our draft policy, that language. Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
So what are the mechanisms? Because I think part of, and I do want you to know that I have the full confidence of your analysis and all the studies that have been done, that this will not encroach on the general fund. I think that that's being sometimes politicized at the state level. And I'm fine with that. And I understand the concerns, Trustee Hoffman. But we need to stop repeating that if that's not going to be the truth. And we need to be real about it. So I need for your people to come to us. And I thought this was going to be the time to do it, to prove that these projects will not encroach on the general fund. And I still don't think that at least one person here is not convinced of that. So this is just mathematics. It's a pro forma. It's a project where you list where the funding comes from, what are the liabilities, what's going on. And so, I appreciate the concern, because I also have it. I don't think I'd approve anything that would have an encroachment on our general fund. But to keep going at it as a way to delay these projects is not something that this board should do. I think this board should be bold. I think it needs to stop pretending it's not the largest community college district. And certainly there are many, many districts that are already doing this. And so for us to just, you don't want it, you don't want it. But let's just make those moves now, bring something to us, some projects that show two things: who we're serving and how it's not going to encroach and how it's going to get funded and how it'll be sustainable for the next 40 years through whatever mechanism, whether it's because we certainly were able to do it for Washington, for West LA College, where we gave up 12 acres of land for an office project. No one blinked an eye at that. So there's no difference here. It's going to be operated and maintained by somebody else. And so I'm in full support of this. I think it needs to come back to us for approval. And as board president, I would like to see that sooner than later. Because enough. We've had enough. You know, I appreciate my colleagues' concerns, but on the student housing stuff, this is the third time I've seen this presentation. I saw it 2 times last year. When I first got on the board in 2018, I saw it again in another way. So Vice President Henderson, I just want to make sure people know where I'm at. I think I made it very clear. I don't want to insult anyone else. It's just I don't have the time for it. You know, we got to move on. If we don't want it, we don't want it. If we want it, we want it. But to be in limbo where college presidents are not sure, they're concerned, they're not, I mean, that has to really, in my opinion, shame on us, because you know, we continue to do this dance. I mean, Trustee Hoffman is leading the state trustee committee on student housing and insecurity and food insecurity. And so, you know, I know she's also very interested in this and making sure it happens pretty rapidly. You saw Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Buelna, I think Trustee Eno and Henderson. You know, I didn't hear the urgency in Trustee Vettis, which is fine, you know, but I know as chair of FinPOC, I entrusted him, I appointed him as chair of FinPOC for that very reason, so we can really look at this. But I don't want to bring this back for another presentation, committee of the whole. It needs to get done. So that's my, Chancellor, I hope you're hearing this, because this is what I want. And I would like that from you, Dr. Smith. All right. Thank you, Vice President Henderson.
Of course. I think many of us concur. Were there any other questions? Trustee Dares?
The only thing I want to say, if it's next month, that's fine. I don't know if that means not urgency, because next month's pretty.
You tell me.
But I would suggest that this is a document that's circulated widely and has comments, because I think we would want to embrace it together. And I think that's important. And so if it's been done, like I haven't seen the full policy, so I'm hoping I get more than 72 hours to read it. And I think that's the only comment I wanted to make. So if it's ready, it's ready. Cool. Let's go. Let's look at it and let's see it, and we can have that conversation. But I know not everybody's had a chance to see. We've gotten presentation. I agree. I don't need any more presentations. It's just a matter of when it comes, and then we can see the document in itself. Perfect.
3% of voters told us. We've been told.
Thank you. Ms. Echeverry, you had a question?
Thank you for a great presentation. So this is a very exciting opportunity project. I wanted to know what number of students and possibly employees do you see under the best case scenario being able to serve? I want a sense of the scope. So I know you don't know the exact number, but ballpark. Thank you.
That's an excellent question. You know, if we're looking at a housing development at all 9 colleges, the goal should be to serve all 58,000 who said they need help. And for the employees, I can't remember the exact number that we had there. We did poll, and I think that's an opportunity for us to do that as well. But that also comes with looking at the workforce housing and opening up the CBAs, because we don't really have a number that shows, well, how many will use this? You know, we have a target. I think that the funding will be able to support that. So 15,000? Is it 15,000 will all want affordable housing, or is there, a percentage of the 15,000? That's the piece that still needs to yet to be determined.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Smith.
Thank you.
So now, can I get a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole? Thank you so much. Moved
Second.
by Trustee Buelna, second by Vice President Eno. Lupe?
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Buelna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yeah.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. I will now pass the leading of the meeting back to President Villa.
Thank you. Round of applause for Vice President Henderson. She did a great job at Committee of the Whole, even though I took some of it from her.
A lot.
I did. I apologize. All right, let's do a regular board meeting roll call.
Student
Yeah,
trustee
we're
Callahan,
reconvening. Let's go ahead and do a roll call to reconvene.
student trustee Callahan,
Present.
trustee Buelna,
Here.
trustee Henderson,
Here.
trustee Hernandez,
Here.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes. Here.
trustee Eno,
Here.
trustee Vella,
Here.
trustee Vettis.
Okay. Board members, we now have for review the combined consent calendar for items K1 through X14. These items include consent calendars for Human Resources, Personnel Commission, Academic Affairs, and Student Services Budget, Finance and Business and Facilities. Please note that the student trustees vote yes. May I have a motion and a second to adopt the combined consent calendar, items K1 through X14?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call, or any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Buelna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, not present, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay. Board members, now let's take a closer look at these items requiring further information. Chancellor Rodriguez, I'm going to defer to you and your staff to respond to questions from board members. Anything you want to pull or anybody? Trustees, I'll start to my left. Trustee Hoffman, anything you want to discuss out of the consent calendar?
The consent calendar that we just approved?
No, we're just pulling items that you want further explanation.
None.
Okay, anyone else? Trustee Vettis? Okay, student trustee. Trustee Boma? Trustee Vice President?
I just have a quick comment. Thank you so much for adding the addition wording to the items. I think it's really helpful in us being able
Oh.
to get totals. So thank you so much for all of you that made that happen.
That's wonderful. Okay, Vice President Henderson?
Nothing.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you for all the information. May I have a motion and a second for the consent calendar?
Move.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
We
Or
already
actually,
did the roll
sorry,
call. We already did it.
Oh, we did it? Okay, sorry. All right, board members, we'll now review the business items, Y1 through Y7. And I have a motion and a second to adopt business items Y1 through Y7.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second by Trustee Henderson and Vice President Eno. Okay, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote, trustee Buelna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
All right. Board members, now let's take a closer look at I'm sorry, hold on. This is facilities items AA1 through A15.
You skipped C.
Which one?
We need to do C.
Oh, got it. Okay, sorry. Special request for payment. Items Z1, may I have a motion and a second on item Z1. This is authorize a special request for payment at ESC for a total cost of $1,500.
So moved.
All right, moved by Vice President Henderson,
Second.
second Vice President Eno. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay, great. So that motion passes. Item Z2, authorize special request for payment and ratify amendment to student transportation agreement.
Moved.
Okay, moved by Vice President Henderson,
Second.
second by VP Eno. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's take a roll call vote.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay, wonderful. Motion passes. Thank you all. Next is facilities items, AA1 through AA15. We have a motion and a second to adopt A1 through A15, AA1 through AA15.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved by VP Eno, seconded by VP Henderson. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay, motion passes. Which one? Okay. Human resources items, BB1 through BB3. Before we proceed to vote on the next three action items in regards to employment actions for college presidents, I'll read the following language for the record pursuant to Government Code 54953, which is part of the Brown Act, required to make an oral summary proposed on action on the salary schedules, of compensation paid, and formal fringe benefits for all executive level positions as defined in subdivision of Government Code 35111 during the open meeting in which final action is to be taken. In our case, we need to provide such summary for positions such as chancellor, vice chancellor, and college presidents. The agenda item now before us includes the employment action for Dr. Alfred McQuarters, college president of Los Angeles Trade Tech College from July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2026, with a starting salary to step 3, which is $21,475.47. Dr. McQuarters will receive a $500 per month allowance, and he will be entitled to the same health and welfare benefits as are received by other unrepresented administrators, including retired health benefits. Dr. McQuarters will also be reimbursed relocation expenses of $10,000. May I have a motion and a second on item BB1?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, trustee Hoffman,
Second.
second by Vice President Henderson. Any discussion?
Can I?
Yes, trustee Hoffman, please.
Chancellor, I don't imagine that Dr. McQuarters is here today. Is he here today? Okay. Okay, great. So prior to him starting, or he'll be at one of our board meetings so that we can like personally congratulate him and welcome him to our district. So if he's watching, if you're watching, congratulations. We're very excited to have you. We can't wait for you to start. And I'm sure we'll be acknowledging Dr. Kathleen Burke, who's done an amazing job at Trade. And thank you so much for stepping in. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, trustee Hoffman. Any other discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Excellent. All right, item BB2, like the Star Wars droid. Next, we have an employment action for Ms. Araceli Aguiar, interim college president of Los Angeles Pierce College, to extend her contract from May 1, 2023 to December 31, 2023. Ms. Aguilar's salary will be step 4, 292,660.84 of the vice chancellor and college president's salary schedule, and she will be entitled to the same health and welfare benefits that are received by other unrepresented administrators, including retiree health benefits. Ms. Aguilar will receive $500 per month for car allowance. May I have a motion and a second on item
So
BB2?
moved.
All right, moved by Vice President Eno, second by Vice President Anderson. Any discussion? Yes, trustee Willen.
What step is she at 4? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Any other
Thank you.
discussion? Yes, just a big thank you. We really, really are so happy that, yes. Pending no further discussion, let's go ahead and do roll call.
Student trustee Kellen has advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna,
Absolutely, yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
All right. Next is item BB3, employment action for interim president. Next, we have an employment for Dr. Kathleen Burke, interim college president of LA Trade Tech, to extend her contract from May 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2023. Dr. Burke's salary will be step 5, 23,907 of the vice chancellor and college president salary schedule, and she'll be entitled to the same health and welfare benefits as are received by the other unrepresented administrators, including retiree health benefits. Dr. Burke will receive $500 per month for a car allowance. May I have a motion and a second for item BB3?
So move. Second.
Moved by Henderson, VP Eno seconded. Discussion, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Kellen has advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Thank you. Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Burke. Next is item CC1, and Chancellor, would you provide a brief explanation on our next action item?
Action item asks you to approve board policies 2431 related to the selection of the chancellor, board policy 2432 related to the chancellor's succession, and 2435, which is the evaluation. These were the items that were brought to you last month, and they are unchanged.
All right. So let's go ahead and do a motion and a second, and we are going to have discussion on this. And I know we might have some questions on this. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
All right, moved by Eno. Any second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by trustee Hoffman.
I think it was Hernandez.
Oh, Hernandez, I apologize. Trustee Hernandez. Okay, any discussion? Trustee Bueno.
So at the last board meeting, we talked about the administrative policies, and I think some of the administrative policies were in some of them. So were those made, or because you said unchanged?
That statement was not here, but there is no corresponding.
So there wasn't, the change was made.
Was noted in the.
All right.
Okay.
Any more questions on this?
Just to be very clear, that's no administrative policy will be made. I'm assuming that's an assumption adopted without board approval. Is that the assumption just here? I know it's probably assumed, it's probably correct. I just want to reiterate, no corresponding AP will be adopted unless, I'm assuming it's comma, unless approved by the Board of Trustees.
The full authority of that.
Okay. Okay.
There is no AP.
Okay.
No, there will not be.
And each one of these has that?
Okay. Any other questions from the board on these?
Can I ask one more? Noe?
Yes.
Thank you. General Counsel, is there anything here from, as kind of our legal, as our attorney, is there anything, so I mean, no corresponding AP was there, so I appreciate it. Is there anything that the board should know that you, as our attorney, should know?
No, all three policies are approved as to legal form. We recommend adoption. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from the board or comments? All right, hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Kellen has advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
All right, motion passes. Item DD, matters requiring a supermajority vote. Item DD1 is to adopt an emergency resolution for the replacement of a transformer at the automotive P1 building at ELAC and ratify construction contract issued on an emergency basis for the replacement of a transformer at the automotive, again, P1 building at ELAC at a cost of $66,625. May I have a motion and a second on item DD1?
I'll move.
Moved
I'll
by
second.
Vice President Henderson,
I'll second.
Second by trustee Hoffman. Any discussion? Okay. I want to remind our trustees that it does require 5 votes. Okay, hearing no discussions or questions, roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yep.
Trustee Boulna. Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Okay, motion passes. Item DD2, adopt resolution of intent to convey easement to Spectrum Pacific West LLC at East LA College. Before the record, the next item is a resolution of intent to convey easement to Spectrum Pacific West LLC at East LA College. This resolution will require 5 votes. The resolution describes the property that will be subject to the requested easement and terms upon which the easement will be granted. Pursuant to this resolution, the board will consider resolution to convey the easement at its regular meeting on April 12th today. All right, may I have a motion and a second to for DD2?
Moved.
Moved by Henderson, seconded by Eno. Any discussion on this item? Okay, hearing none. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Okay, item EE1, notice, reports, and informatives. Notification of out-of-state travel. Notice for approval. Well, that's item EE1. Should we go through each one and then, so there's no action on this. Okay, so item EE2 is notice for approval of board policies,
Wait.
chapter 3. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Trustee
Yeah,
Hoffman.
I do have a comment on EE2. I know this is just a
Okay.
notice and informative. Of course, now I can't open
Please.
it. I just want to make sure because I noticed a little bit of a thank you. A discrepancy in the policy on sexual harassment under Title IX, that the language in this proposed board policy is different than the standard language from the league template. And I know we were looking to use the league's language and template for all of these board policies. And actually on the league template, it says this policy is legally required, but the language is different on the policy that we're attempting to pass here. So I just want to make sure that that we'll revert back to the league policy where it includes students, applicants, employees, contractors, because in this policy, it literally says that the district seeks to foster an environment in which all students feel free to report incidents of harassment based on sex in violation of this policy in Title IX, et cetera. But it really should include everyone who's affiliated with the district. So can we just revert to the league template rather than this one that looks like it's been changed? Or can someone speak to this?
Trustee Hoffman, I can speak to this issue. We had been in the past adopting the boilerplate league policies. They were problematic for our district because there are differences among the different community colleges throughout the state. So we have now, we start with reviewing the league's boilerplate, but we modify the policy to be legally consistent with LACCD in particular. As it relates to these two policies, we did in the past have very robust policies with Title IX and the sexual harassment policies that are required under the Fair Employment and Housing Act, FEHA. What this does is it makes these policies consistent with state law, so that when we have a legal requirement to conduct an investigation, our investigators' reports and their findings are consistent with state law. We had some issues in the past where the policies, where our investigators found violations of the policies that did not result in violations in state law. And we thought for the protection of everyone involved, having policies that track state law was a better approach for LACCD.
We need, I respect your answer. We absolutely need to include employees, students, applicants for employment, applicants for admission. We need to include all of those groups because it's not just students that are subjected to sexual harassment laws under Title IX. It's everyone in the district. As a matter of fact, I chaired, and Dr. Burke co-chaired with me, a committee, an ad hoc committee to tighten up our policies and look at our administrative reg C14. And we had a presentation by Music Peeler, who's one of the, firms on our bench. And the example they gave when they did a Title IX training had nothing to do with students. The example was an example of a dean and nursing faculty. So I personally feel very, very, very strong that we need to revert to this. I mean, it literally says on this policy, no, this policy is legally required. So I would like to put that language back in because I think it's really important. It's important to protect everyone in this district under Title IX, not just students. And students are important, as well. But I think we need to be more inclusive rather than exclusive because we might get ourselves into even more trouble. And then we have the other language about harassment, which goes further with what you were talking about with state law. So can we make that change? Can we bring that back?
The board has the right to adopt any policy as broad and expansive as you'd like. Our recommendation was that we make sure that the policies track state law, but you certainly can modify it. You can ask to have the language legally required. The majority of the policies are legally required, so that wasn't necessary. Once they're adopted, they're legally binding on the district. So the board can certainly act as it would like. Our recommendation was that when you do that, you will have inconsistencies when you have investigative reports that utilize one standard that follows state law and utilize a different standard when it follows our policies. But the board can certainly adopt a more expansive policy if it so opts.
I mean, Title IX is federal, so I think we need to make sure that we're covered with Title IX and federal law. So I would like to propose that we, I guess you have to bring it back for another first reading. Chancellor, how is this done? Okay, I just want this, I mean, the template's here and it's very explicit and the language is pretty much the same. The only thing is this policy that you put here for the first reading only applies to students. So we just need to add the language to apply to all the other groups that are listed on here. And I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I worked really hard on, making sure that we're in compliance with Title IX, and I feel strongly that we need to do this.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. Trustee Wallen, you got a question?
Yeah, two basic questions. Chancellor, what's your position as what does that mean? Do you support the document that's in front?
I support the document as it was written before, but listening to talk now, in terms of their particular advice, I'd like to sit down and see what their particular advice is, why they maintain a level of assurance. I was part of the discussions on C14, but I am concerned that we're going to find a way to reconcile.
So when a policy comes in front of us, we ask our general counsel for an opinion. It should be, bottom line. My basic, so that's one thing, right? So we should hear from our general counsel, we should hear from our chancellor, and it should be the same thing. Okay. Second question is, I'm a little uncomfortable the board making a legal recommendation. Give me 1 second, Trustee Hoff. A legal recommendation, especially out in the open, when the legal, whatever change we make, it's going to be our rule, our policy. So if there is going to be, my recommendation would be for Trustee Hoffman, if you could please meet with general counsel in order, because there may be some reasons that are under privilege of why this recommendation is being made. So if that is going to occur, then Because if we have trustees making ad hoc, which they may be correct, I'm not saying that Trustee Hoffman is incorrect, and they go against our recommendation, it may put us at legal jeopardy for no reason. Could we follow, if we're not going to vote on this right now, could we follow some procedure, especially with stuff that's legal, that may put us at risk with any lawsuit on us, could be hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, simply for not following some type of protocol?
And I'm very concerned that this language precludes anybody other than a student to file a Title IX complaint.
Trustee Hoffman, I'm not arguing with regard to the substance of what you're saying. I'm saying that there's only one attorney that we have. We have our general counsel and we have our chancellor. They've put a document in front of us. You're disagreeing with the policy. I'm not necessarily disagreeing or agreeing. I'm saying whatever change we make will have a legal effect on the entire district. So our attorneys should be able to communicate with you. You should be able to communicate with them under privilege. So they could either explain to you, because you might agree with them, they may agree with you, other than making something ad hoc, which then our general counsel is going to say it's going to have a policy effect on us. And it's a serious effect where we could simply deal with it by you or any trustee communicating with general counsel under privilege.
Thank you, Trustee Wella. What I would suggest, if it's okay, I think Trustee Hoffman just is asking you, General Counsel, if we could include and the other stakeholders, and then I think Trustee Wella is saying, please communicate, directly to Trustee Hoffman and answer her question, basically.
So we had, the chancellor and I discussed this extensively, but from the general counsel perspective, I'm completely comfortable approving Trustee Hoffman's recommended change to include all of the language that Title IX applies to everyone the way it was in the, so we can make that change and we'll bring it back for a new reading. That's not a problem with us at all. We had, we had discussed that before, but I'm comfortable leaving it expansive and broad. That's okay.
Thank you. I
And then
appreciate it.
would that require another reading, or would we vote on it at the next meeting?
You can procedurally, the first reading is the opportunity for the board to request changes
Right,
and
like
have
Trustee
questions.
Hoffman's doing now, right?
So she can do that now. We can make the requested edits, and in your second reading, you can adopt it.
Okay.
So there's no need to bring it a third time. We'll make the changes that are being requested at this point, and they can be acted on at the next meeting.
Okay, so I think right now, if it's okay with the board members, if there's no opposition to having Trustee Hoffman some amendment or concern be adopted into it, and thank you, Trustee Hoffman, for looking at that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's move forward. We're almost done here. Another item, just no action, but notice is the notice for approval of board policies, chapter 6. That's up here. Let's see, let's pull it up. Any discussion on this? General fund, unrestricted ending balance. Okay, any questions?
I have one question.
Sure.
I ask this question, general counsel, all the time. Are there any concerns from the office of general counsel as our representative, as our attorney of record on this?
No concerns on this policy at all.
Okay. All right. Our next item is a notice to adopt addition to the LA Community College District's initial proposal to the Faculty Guild's AFT Local 1521 regarding negotiations of the July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2025 collective bargaining agreement. So let's
26.
26. Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor. Okay, that's up there. Any questions or comments? All right, hearing none, let's move on to item 5, informative. Amendment to an initial proposal of the Los Angeles College Faculty Guild Local 1521 to the LA Community College District regarding negotiations for the 2023-26 collective bargaining agreement. And I assume that was 1521A, or is it just the amendment?
It's the strikeout. It is 1521.
Got it. Okay, perfect. 1521. All right, any questions on this one? We see here the different articles. Thank you guys, and thank you AFT 1521 for all your work on all this. All right, so finally, item FF, announcements and indications of future proposed actions by members of the Board of Trustees. I'll begin here to my right with Trustee Callahan.
None at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Buena? Okay. Trustee, no, nothing. Vice President Henderson?
Nothing.
Okay, let's go to our left. Trustee Hoffman?
Nothing.
Okay, nothing right now. Trustee Hernandez? Nothing. Trustee Vettis?
Ask for either this board or maybe the committee that deals with legislation to review and consider a support position for SB 447, which is a measure authored by Tony Atkins that deals with in-state or out-of-state travel. The revision to the travel ban that I think we've seen come to this board a dozen times of issues. She has some revision. It's not without its criticism, but from her background and sort of the thought process she's delivered, I think it's a very thoughtful conversation to have. So if I can ask that go to committee for consideration and potentially a support position.
Absolutely. And VP Eno, who chairs the legislative committee, is not here, but we have Chancellor who will note that. Thank you for bringing that to us. All right, so now we're going to public comment for matters not in the agenda. So we do have a couple of folks, and I apologize. I did want to get you guys in at the allotted time of 4 o'clock, but we're not too behind, well, a little bit. All right, let's see if Rosalind Kahn, are you here in person or are you online? Rosalind Kahn. Let's see if we could find her online. Is she with us?
Yes, she should be joining now.
Oh, great. Thank you. Oh, there you are. Okay, yeah, if you could unmute yourself. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. My name is Rosalind Kahn. I am a teacher at Los Angeles City College. I'm a part-time faculty. I was recently acknowledged as the best part-time faculty at my school, which I'm really super proud of. And I want to thank the chancellor, the trustees, and the administrators for implementing the $200 million in statewide funding for adjunct faculty healthcare. And this is how it changes my life. I've been a part-timer all my life. I've been teaching for over 20 years. And always as a part-timer, I was a little bit jealous of what happened with the full-timers and how they were able to get this health insurance, which was beautiful. And I was scrambling for dollars and I had to fend for my own. And what I find is really remarkable about this is the fact that you not only give people who have the 3-class minimums, but if you drop down to just 1 class, they're willing to compensate and help those people out as well. And I've been teaching for 20 years. I used to have a jillion classes and I'm down to a few, but I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart because part-timers are truly the ones who are carrying the load of what happens in our college. And it means more to me than you could ever imagine. Just one other short thing about me. Many years ago, I was a part-timer who got initiative on the ballot, and I was the Margaret Kwan part-timer of the state of California for initiating for this. So this means so much to me. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this historic agreement, which will impact the lives of many adjunct faculty here at LACCD. Thank you so much for giving me this chance to voice my opinion.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Ms. Khan. That is such great words. Appreciate that. Next is Rodolfo Casares. Rodolfo.
Yeah, good afternoon, board. My name is Rudy Casares, and I'm an adjunct professor at Los Angeles Mission College, where I've served dutifully for 17 years now. I'm here to show appreciation and to give thanks to the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor, and administration for implementing ongoing, accessible, and affordable healthcare for adjuncts in the district. Allow me to say to all of you, mil gracias, thank you, and Tlazokamati for agreeing to use $200 million in ongoing funding for healthcare. This agreement is going to help ensure that my family's and my health is never brushed aside because of cost. As we move forward in building leadership in our communities, I understand that there will be tenuous moments as when it seems like we're adversaries in conflict with each other. And I want to assure you that we are not your opposition. We have elected you because we believe that you are willing to hear our voices and champion our causes. Healthcare was an important victory needed to be won for our adjunct faculty. But it's not our last ask of you to help improve the quality of our students' learning conditions. We have working conditions that require your attention, care, and resolve. Issues like classroom sizes, clean and safe learning environments, these things need to be addressed and resolved so that we can continue to do the important work of educating our future generations for years to come. I want to take this time to thank you again for your time and your commitment to our students and faculty here in LA.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cazares. Appreciate those words. Next is Wanda Yonge.
Wanda Young. Hi, good afternoon,
I
board.
apologize.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I would like to, first of all, my name is Wanda Young. I'm full-time faculty with Los Angeles City College, and it's an honor and privilege to speak with you all today. I've been online listening to some of the things that you have to deal with, and wow, it's a lot. Okay, so kind of appreciate the fact that you all have made room for us today on your schedule. I would like to talk a little bit about work environment safety. And so on February the 21st, 2018, around 12:09 p.m., I opened the door to my office in Franklin Hall, only to be hit by a really foul odor. When I turned on the light, a naked man wrapped in a feces-filled blanket was sitting in my chair. He was sitting at my desk eating a can of chicken noodle soup, and he had been in my office since about 6:30 that morning when someone had spotted him and asked him to leave the building. He had refused, and he went through the building looking for open offices. My office mate and I had complained to management and the sheriff's department from 2006 to 2018 that the lock on our basement office door worked intermittently. It took 6 deputies 2.5 hours to remove the man from my office. By then, there was every bodily function imaginable spread throughout that office. The deputies then walked the man to the front door of Franklin Hall, which is located on Vermont Avenue in Los Angeles, and told him not to come back on this side of the street again. That was the extent of my safety in my work environment. I was told to stop complaining because none of the electronic locks worked on campus. The locks have never been fixed, and as of today, April 12th, 2023, the locks are still not working properly. There are no cameras, the campus is not secure, and I feel like we are sitting ducks. My union contract says I have a right to a safe work environment. That provision of the contract has not been enforced. Not only are the faculty not safe, neither are the students. We urge you as the governing body to make a commitment to obey the contract, federal works safety laws, and then follow up with the funding to fix the safety and security issues on our campuses. It is urgent that you act immediately, and I would like to thank you for your time and your consideration this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Ms. Young. I really appreciate your comments, and we'll look into it. Next is Miguel Moreno. Miguel?
He is not on Zoom. Not sure.
Okay. Please unmute yourself.
He's not on
Oh,
Zoom.
he's not. Okay. Mr. Larry Jones.
Good,
Callahan.
good afternoon. My name is Larry Jones. I am full-time faculty at Los Angeles Trade Technical College. I've been there for the past 21 years. And throughout that time, we've had a lot of problems with the elevators. And that is what I'm here to talk to you about today. First of all, there was someone that was stuck on the elevator about maybe 4 weeks ago. And that's due to the maintenance or whatever repairs that are not being performed on those elevators or for whatever reason they're happening. Our elevators are breaking down constantly. We have a freight elevator in the construction building that's been down for since the pandemic for about 3 years now. It's my understanding that the elevator had repair people there who fixed the elevator, but there were unnoted repairs that needed to be done. And I'm not sure exactly what the problem is. I hear that it's a money issue, but the state inspector will not sign off on it. And the other company doesn't want to repair the elevator at all until I guess they're going to be paid. Those elevators are very vital to myself and a lot of the other faculty and students. Myself, because I'm handicapped, there are also other instructors and students there that are also handicapped. We need those elevators fixed. We have a lot of equipment, tools, a lot of bulky and heavy items that we need to move up and down the stairs and up and down the building, and we're unable to do that because we don't have the elevators working. Not only the passenger elevator, but again, as I stated, the freight elevator. We need to get these elevators fixed. We need them just to get to classes sometime. Myself, again, and some of the other handicapped students. Without these elevators, I'm not sure what we're supposed to do if we're not able to walk up and down the stairs. And I'm bringing this matter to you for your help. And again, hopefully you can do something about this so we can be able to access the building properly and throughout the entire building. We need these elevators fixed. We need them fixed now. So please, if you can get your immediate attention on this, it would surely be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jones. Next is Sean Anderson. Sean, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Anderson. I'm a student at Los Angeles Trade Technical College, majoring in fashion design. I'm also a disabled student, although my disability is not physical in nature. First, I'd like to say I'm grateful to be a student at LACCD. I have the opportunity to speak to you today. I've had very passionate instructors who have a wealth of expertise and experience to share, and I value that very much. With that said, it's a shame that students like myself have to take so much time out of their day to voice the concerns that have been ignored for several months on our respective campuses. My concerns are the following: what messages are being sent to our students who are not being treated with basic respect in terms of having access to functioning facilities? Both elevators in the parking garage and DMA building have not worked for over 6 months, with only an estimated repair date sign being replaced on both broken elevators every 2 weeks with no progress being made. The chair of our fashion department had a boot on his leg and struggled to climb up the stairs due to this ongoing incompetence and neglect by campus leadership. On Saturdays, the campus gate is barely open. The restrooms are constantly locked and unclean, as if we did not just experience a global pandemic. It feels like you don't even want us here. As a neuromuscular therapist, I've even considered taking students as clients who have stressed or injured their bodies due to carrying heavy equipment and supplies up and down the stairs to get to class, and billing the school for their services because no one, especially physically disabled students and staff, should have to risk their physical comfort or safety to get to class or work due to the elevators remaining broken down. Additionally, what is being done to prevent things such as the recent LATTC shooting incident? I personally don't feel safe about any potential threat or emergency with the standard being as it is. Emergency responses and communications are deficient. Not everyone is notified about incidents and threats occurring on campus, and such lack of correspondence is unacceptable. Students and staff should be equally informed about their safety potentially being compromised. All of these issues and concerns not being met boil down to an absence of compassion, empathy, wisdom, willingness, and competence. And no one lacking these qualities should even be allowed to be in a position of power at such an institute where their failure to act can impact so many people trying to better their lives. The population of the school largely includes Black, Brown, and Indigenous people who already have enough obstacles in every system that exists, not to mention those with physical and mental disabilities who find it very stressful and draining to attend in-person classes, but thrive best in an in-classroom environment like myself. Imagine, if you will, how exceptional our colleges could be if you all listen to the needs and concerns of the students, faculty, and staff. Again, no one should have to beg for clean and safe environments to work and learn in. But here I am on behalf of those current and potential students pleading, hoping to be heard, considered, assisted, and valued by this board, who I can only hope wants to make learning and working in this district as easy and inviting as possible. We want safe, secure, clean, functioning campuses, as well as clear protocols and procedures implemented on campus to keep our students, staff, and faculty safe. As long as I'm a student and these very basic needs are not being met, you will see my face and you will hear my voice about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanderson. I appreciate that. Next is Susan Armenta. Susan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Armenta, and I'm the athletic director at LA Pierce College and faculty member in the Kinesiology and Health Department. I'm also a senator on the Academic Senate. I'd like to speak on behalf of our student athletes and coaches that represent Pierce College. Our athletics program facilities have been grossly mismanaged to the point where I'm concerned for their safety of our students and coaches and staff. Additionally, my job is made more challenging because what should be a routine maintenance becomes a work order in which I have to follow up numerous times for trash bins to be emptied, for debris to be removed from athletic facilities, or for equipment to be repaired. The coaches and student athletes end up doing the work themselves before their own home games. I love my job serving our coaches and student athletes, but I'm at the point of exhaustion and feel overwhelmed. And have been considering stepping down from my role as AD because I can no longer deal with these challenges. I'm embarrassed of how our campus is presented to the community and students. I'm the face of Pierce Athletics at our home athletic events, and I work so hard to ensure a positive experience for our student athletes, but we need administration to do their part. For example, our baseball student athletes and spectators must walk about 10 minutes to the restroom because the nearest restrooms are out of order and have been for several years without a plan to repair. During evenings and weekends when games occur, when we have experienced malfunction of electrical power, HVAC, and there's no one on campus to report it to or get resolved at that time, this is a safety hazard. Our pool has had continued deferred maintenance to the point where a portion of the ledge fell into the pool. The entire pool has become a safety hazard and has been closed indefinitely without being given a timeline of reopening. Our swim team has to travel off-site to practice. Kinesiology courses have been affected, decreasing enrollment, and community services activities have been eliminated altogether. My request today is to conduct an audit of our facilities department and assess how it's managed. We need the staffing to ensure that our campuses are clean, equipment is functioning properly, and our facilities are safe for our students. Our faculty, staff, and students deserve a safe and functioning work and learning environments. I'm appreciative that Measure LA was passed and hopefully will address some of these issues. And I thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Orman. I really appreciate your comments. Some of our trustees wanted to just kind of ask a couple of questions after public comment, so I'll go ahead and entertain that. Thank you all. And I think we don't have any more speakers, correct, Crystal? Okay.
No, sir.
All right, so we're going to close the speakers on items not in the agenda. Vice President Henderson and then Trustee Callan, you had questions.
First, I'll make a comment and then I'll ask. This is very distressing as a trustee to hear concerns like this because these are college issues. These are not issues that the Board of Trustees would directly correct. So as a trustee, when we have our employees that come to us with these concerns, the assumption would be that they've address these concerns at the college level. So I'm not going to make that assumption because I know sometimes people assume that if something isn't being done, it's due to a lack of concern or, what have you. So I am going to ask Dr. Smith, if you don't mind, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but can you please work with the colleges whose issues were addressed today to try to find out how we can get those especially the elevator concerns. I know we have a trustee that doesn't use elevators because of issues like that. And as someone who has been stuck on a broken elevator, I know the stress of that. So if you could please reach out to those college presidents and try to figure out how we can get that issue corrected as soon as possible. And I want to thank the folks that came and spoke and shared their concerns because wow, I mean, these are issues that impact your ability to work and to learn. And we're talking about enrollment and we're asking people to come to our colleges and we can't even make sure that people with special needs especially are able to function effectively. So color me disappointed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go ahead and staff, if you could just write this down, also Chancellor, and then we'll get back to each trustee. We don't have, if you don't mind, we'll have the discussion and the remedy outside of today. Okay, student trustee.
Yeah, so again, I kind of want to echo trustee Henderson's point, but also for Measure LA, because Measure LA, a big portion of that was updating and addressing some of these infrastructure problems that we've been having and seeing across the district. And some of the public comments have said that these have been issues that have been going on for years. And again, we're addressing that now with Measure LA. But my question, I guess, in two parts is, since we've already passed and we're currently working on implementing it, what's really like the timeline of like getting these things addressed? And then the second question is, as we are working on these, are we focusing on the current infrastructure of the colleges and addressing these current issues that students are facing? Because a lot of these are happening for years on end and they haven't been addressed. But now that we're focusing on completely getting rid of some of these things and creating new buildings, how is the focus going to shift and how is that going to affect students as we're transitioning out of this other era?
Okay, so trustee Callahan, because it's not agendized, what we're going to do is take down your questions and they're going to be answered to you directly. And that's so I'd appreciate your cooperation on that. Thank you. But please, staff, note that. Yes, trustee Willen.
Sorry, one point, and maybe FEMPOC does need to address this, is that the whole part of this discussion is the risk management discussion about the district and how we handle our property. Dr. Smith doesn't have direct authority over a lot of the staff at the colleges to make some of those decisions. So we have to, in terms of some of these issues, we have to understand that our ability to make direct change is very limited. It's the college presidents that go down to the vice presidents. So I think and my biggest question is, and I think we do have to have a discussion about the authority of our facilities person in terms of what they do and the presidents in their either ability or inability to get some stuff done. And I may have that wrong, but I also think that we went months without a risk assessment person at the district office. So if, as much as we want to direct folks to do stuff, and I agree, there's some structural issues. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for your comments. And as of right now, I'm going to go ahead and ask staff to follow up directly with trustees on these questions. Again, due to these items not being directly on the agenda, we're not going to be able to have the discussion, but we will have answers back to you, trustees, and appreciate the comments. At this point, let's see, I think this is it. I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to adjourn. All right, move. Oh, sorry, recess to close session and adjourn, so move. Second by trustee Eno. If there's no objection, we're going into closed session. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you being here.